Coming into day 2 of the studio hours here. Just going to be painting, chatting with everybody, taking your questions that you might have as I keep chugging away on this portrait painting of an early human kind of falling apart into these psychedelic bits and stuff like that. Camera's out there for a second. Let me get it popped back in. There we go. So yeah, we're just going to be doing a live stream here from my studio. So if anybody's got any questions about painting, these sort of things, feel free to ask. Let me know down in the comments if I'm coming through all right as well. I'm working on this painting of an early human. So I was thinking back to all the different humans that have existed throughout the years. Yesterday I was talking about how Neanderthals and humans actually lived at the same time and had some romance between them as well. So who knows what ended up with their offspring. But currently I've just been working on this painting. I make a lot of paintings about people's avatars and online personas and how they intersect with technology and real bodies, biological bodies, these sort of things as well. So I'll probably get back into the work in a second here. But basically the way I think of live streaming, I just started live streaming, and a couple of things I like about it. One is that it's a good way to really keep track of your time. So, what better way to document your work than just to live stream it? And you can keep track of your hours that you're actually working. I was reading the other day that you're not supposed to care about the hours, right? As an artist, you're always supposed to just care about the end product. But I'm kind of trapped in that working class attitude, I suppose, where I feel like I should just be working, and if I work more, then I'll make more money, sell more paintings. It's like there's that book by Malcolm Gladwell called Tipping Point, or no, there was another one called Tribes as well. I think it was called Tribes. But it was basically all about how different cultures and things like this have different values based on the type of food they grow and where they grew up and the climate and all this sort of stuff. It's a pretty interesting book. But anyway, in all that, I kind of came out as somebody who just likes to slog through work. I can always do more work. I'm always happy to be in the studio painting. But yeah, if anybody has any questions about my work, about painting in general, about how to use mediums or techniques or any of these sort of things, feel free to let me know. Let me know if you're hearing me all right as well down in the comments. I'm cozy in my chair, so I'm going to be here for a little while working on this little painting. It's a painting based on the theory of the stoned ape. And the stoned ape was a theory from Terence McKenna, who believed that apes were basically wandering around the earth, following cows and migrating to new areas. And as they did so, they stumbled upon some mushrooms growing on the cow manure and started eating the mushrooms and basically having psychedelic experiences, and that this led to this huge, I don't know what you would call it, made the monkey people a lot smarter, a lot quicker, because a long time ago, I don't know how long ago, I think it's around 200,000 years ago, there was this really fast increase in intelligence that occurred in Homo erectus. So a lot of times when I make paintings, I'm making them about certain ideas that I'm thinking about. And I kind of like this one because it's like a painting about a theory as well. So this is kind of an early human tripping out in the forest that we see here with the leaves turning into eyes. And he's got this kind of face that's falling apart into these little psychedelic bits as well on the right hand side there. And oftentimes I'm incorporating a lot of technology references to digital technology, so you can see those big pixels that are there at the bottom as well. Cubes. Of course, people a lot of times see these geometric forms and stuff like that when they're using these sort of things. But I know, like, obviously my painting-like videos are the most popular, but I'm just doing these live streams as well from my studio, kind of as an open office hours for anybody who's interested in coming into my studio, seeing what I'm up to, asking questions about these sort of things. So I'm just going to chug along on this one. It's kind of like it's with painting, it's always odd because painting, you can do so much with so few colors. Like, you don't need a ton of colors to make a great painting. You can actually do better when you have less colors, so that can be called like limiting your palette. But oftentimes we're told that, you need to have all these different colors like purples and greens, and some colors are really hard to mix. But for the most part, I think one of the amazing things about painting is that I'm just using cadmium red medium, cadmium yellow, phthalo blue, ivory black, titanium white. And just with those three basic colors, we can do so much stuff with just these three basic colors. So in working with these, it's kind of similar to music. Kind of amazing that in music, we can do so much with just 12 notes, right? We don't need all these different notes. We can just do everything with just 12 notes, and pretty much everything in the Western musical tradition is just based on these 12 different notes. And of course, with paint and painting, we primarily think of those 12 notes, I'd say, as just being the primary colors and the secondary colors. So the primary colors would be red, yellow, blue. Secondary, of course, orange, violet, and green. There's 6 of them. Maybe that's a coincidence. That's half of 12. I don't know. But really, that's pretty much all we need. And then, of course, with light works completely differently. Oftentimes when we think of projections or old televisions, I don't know how many people can remember back when I was growing up, you'd still have color televisions with the little bars, and you could see the RGB, like the red, green, and blue. If you got up really, really close to the television set or got some water on it to kind of magnify it or look at it through a magnifying glass, you'd basically see these RGB colors. And to think that, basically a TV was broadcasting in these 3 monochrome little images that would make up these larger pictures, and they'd have to move too, is kind of mind-blowing in a way. How many times, a broadcast would have to tell each one of those little tiny lights, a little red light, a little green light, a little blue light. Every second it would have to be telling it to configure itself in different ways. So when these 3 colors, red, green, and blue, were displayed together in rapid succession, these images kind of blend together to produce this full color image that we see as the viewer. So, and this all had to go through a certain bandwidth as well, of course. So they were, in the early days, they're just broadcasting this stuff through the air, which must have been completely mind-blowing back then. I still remember when Wi-Fi first came out, I was also thinking, like, how is it possible to actually do anything on Wi-Fi? Right now we're broadcasting through Wi-Fi, which is kind of amazing as well. But anyway, with RGB televisions, they would broadcast through the air, basically telling these little red, green, and blue lights when to light up and when to turn off. And of course, before that, it was just black and white. So at some point, they basically had to figure out that, oh, we can mix red, green, and blue. I wonder how that actually came about, because with physical colors, we use red, yellow, and blue. We don't use the same colors. So that's kind of one of the interesting things about TV, I think, and how TVs work and how light works. Because oftentimes we'll see when, people are doing stage lighting, for instance, they have to go to certain schools and they have to learn how to light things in certain ways, for theater performance and these sort of things. Because stage lighting does all sorts of really strange things with light as well. And it actually doesn't work the same way as physical media does, which I think is kind of interesting too. I think it's like if you put, it's basically, it's built off that red, green, and blue. It's the same thing as a television set, right? Red, green, and blue, RGB. And people probably even remember those from the old computer monitors too. I think they had RGB monitors. No, those were CRT monitors. But anyway, with RGB, you'd mix green and red, and you actually get yellow with light, which makes basically no sense. And you mix red and blue, and you get this kind of light purple magenta color with light. And when you mix green light and blue light, you actually get a lighter blue light, like cyan. So it's kind of interesting that light actually reacts in completely different ways. And if you mix red, green, and blue together, if you mix all those things together, you actually get white. Whereas we would imagine you mix red light and green light and blue light, that you get black light, right? But you actually end up with white light if you mix red, green, and blue together. So light reacts completely differently than physical mediums do. So that's one thing to think about with painting. But with painting, we're limited to red, yellow, blue. And that's pretty much it. And basically all you do, it's the same with the notes. Like I was talking about the notes on a piano. You only have 12 notes. You only got 3 colors. But you can do infinite amounts of things with just this very, very small, limited amount of options, I guess. We have an infinite options from very small starting points, which I think is really cool about painting. And one thing that really intrigues people about painting is the fact that, we're using similar materials that people have used for hundreds and hundreds of years. And there's really nothing stopping us from painting like Van Eyck. We should be able to paint like Van Eyck. We have better materials than Van Eyck had. So, but we can't paint like Van Eyck. Or I can't paint like Van Eyck, at least. But we think like we should because we have the same materials, right? But in trying it, that's the thing that makes us so nervous about painting. We have to stare at the white canvas in front of us, and really our hand in this stick with some animal hairs on the end of it, usually animal hairs. Now we have synthetic brushes as well. But this little stick that we move around with some bristles on it, some animal hairs, is actually, it's like one of the most archaic ways we could possibly make an image. I can't imagine a more archaic way of making an image. Maybe like scratching a pictogram into a rock. That might predate painting, I suppose, like taking a rock and scratching an image off into another rock. Those things are so cool to see, and they're everywhere. We got pictograms all over the planet. There was some down in New Mexico, some in Colorado. I used to live in Colorado, and they're so awesome to go visit. I visited some near, I don't know what it was called, the name of the canyon, but there's slot canyons in Nevada, and I went up there through the slot canyons. I don't even think I knew what I was getting into as I was going into the canyon, and I was with some, pretty experienced hikers, I got kind of stuck on the side of this cliff at one point. But walking into the slot canyons, sometimes you got to put your body sideways. And if your like hips are too wide, you're not getting through that canyon. There's like nothing you can do. So yeah, not a good not a good place for anybody who's claustrophobic. You look up and you'll see like trees, like 20, 30 feet above you, and you're in a canyon, but it's only like maybe a meter wide. Sometimes it's like half a meter wide or something like that. Hey, Laura, thank you. Thanks for your nice words. But yeah, so you're in this canyon. You look up, you'll see a tree. You can see a tree like stuck sideways in this canyon, and that's from when the waters they'll get these torrential downpours, and all this rain will take all the stuff, and it'll just fill all these canyons. So basically, like if you're halfway through a canyon, and it starts raining, you can't even see, because when you look up, all you can see is the sky. You see this little like strip of blue sky. So there could be a big rainstorm 30 miles away, and that rain, once it comes through the canyon, it's not going to be good. You're not going to have anywhere to go. And it's wedging trees sideways into the canyon for hundreds of years. So you're not going to do too well. But regardless, in these canyons, that was the first time I was hiking, and we went up this little ledge, and there were some pictograms up on this ledge, and it was just like sandstone kind of colored rock, so it's kind of a orange brownish colored rock, which I think is one of the first colors that we ever had, were these like ochres and these kind of sandstone, real earthy colors. And they would just take rocks, and like tap out different little figures and stuff like that. But yeah, it was actually the same place. There was a movie. Oh man, what was it called? Or it was in Utah. I was in Utah. I wasn't in Nevada. There was that movie. Aaron Ralston was his name, and he basically just went off into the canyon, and he got stuck. Like a boulder kind of came down on his arm, and he had to end up cutting his arm off with a little knife. It was pretty rough for Aaron Ralston. But there was like a big famous movie. I never watched the movie about him. He did live. No spoilers, hopefully. But yeah, he actually married a girl I went to school with, strangely. Who, she was from North Dakota, but yeah, kind of a strange connection. But he was in the same slot canyons that I was in, and he just didn't tell anybody. Like whenever you go out by yourself, you're always supposed to tell somebody. That's kind of a rule I learned in Colorado, at least, was that if you go out hiking or off into a canyon or something like that, you should always just let somebody know in case a boulder falls on your hand so they can come look for you. But yeah, it was called 127 Hours. That was the name of the movie, yeah. And James Franco actually plays him. But yeah, he was stuck, I guess that's what, 5 days? 6 days? 5 or 6 days he was stuck in this canyon with this boulder on his arm. No good. But the dude is like, he's got like a bionic arm now. Or not a bionic arm, but he's got like a fake arm because he had to cut one of his arms off. And has like a pick. He like has a pick in the end of his arm, so he can like climb with it and stuff. It's pretty wild to think about. But yeah, if you're going off into the slot canyons, it's a good idea to be pretty careful and let people know that you're going into the slot canyons. It's a good idea, right? Don't just wander off into the wilderness without telling anybody, because it's super easy to get lost. People just get lost. And it was funny, like I had some friends visiting from Czech Republic when they came to Colorado, and they were always saying like, oh, these forests, they seem like so messy, like the trees are just falling and you don't even pick them up. And it's like, this is actual wilderness. In Europe they cut down most of the trees multiple times throughout the years. So they've been replanted, time and time and time and time and time again. And so the forests are just different. They're managed in a completely different way. There's still wild areas of Europe. I'm not saying there isn't, but certain areas of Colorado are all over the place. Montana, Glacier National Park up in Montana is also super nice. I love going up there. I don't like hiking, but I like being outside. So I kind of discovered when I moved to Colorado, and people are like, "Hey, you want to come out for us? You want to come on a hike with us?" And I'd always be like, "Nah, I don't really want to go on a walk in the woods." And then I realized that's all that hiking actually is. Is basically just walking in the woods. So I kind of got into walking in the woods. I'm not into like climbing stuff. I don't need to do that. Get into all that. I've had this strange history of living places. Like I lived in Flagstaff, Arizona as well, which is another kind of mountain community, really high elevation. And when I first got to Boulder, to Colorado, the air, I really felt it. And I know the people that live there, they're like, "What?" But you can definitely feel it when you get into Colorado or get into Boulder. I don't know how high it is there. I imagine it's like 5,000 or something above sea level. But it's like should be around 4,500, 5,000 or something like that. And yeah, you just feel the air. And then when I came back home, I was riding my bike around, and I could just bike all over the place, no problem. Like bike up hills, not even out of breath, because I was like training, walking around, because I walk a lot. But yeah, Prague's a big walking city. That's where I'm at right now, in Prague, Czech Republic, and it's a big city for just wandering around. The city is really small, so it's pretty easy to walk around in it. In the top left, you'll notice I've got the, just cleaning my brush out here. In the top left, you can see in that video two of the, some old videos that I got. I just made like a playlist of some old videos, because I make a lot of videos, and I think, when we think about documenting work and how that relates to creating work itself, I think we're in a period right now where documenting work can also be the artwork itself, if that makes sense. So a lot of times I think people are really focused on making that final image, that final painting, and it's kind of like that old Buddhist saying, or the journey is the destination. I kind of think of that way when I'm painting too at this point, where it's like, oh, I can just make paintings, and I can just actually, the process of painting is also part of the work, and documenting that process is also part of the artwork itself, instead of just focusing on that end piece. And kind of what I mean by that is that, a lot of stuff goes into making these types of goofy paintings, and bringing all those things together into one place is what art kind of is, in a way. Like, my dad was a pianist, and he played a lot of piano, so I'd hear a piano being played all the time in my house from morning until, all the time. He'd just sit down intermittently throughout the day and play for 10 minutes, play for 15 minutes, or, he was practicing some piece. We had like stacks and stacks of sheet music all over the place around the piano. It was, the style of archiving things in my house was a little chaotic, to say the least. So there'd be big piles of books and big piles of sheet music and all this sort of stuff. But somebody asked him once, how long would it take me to learn to play like that? And my dad said, well, I've been playing for, 40 years. So I guess it took me 40 years to learn how to play like that. And it's kind of like that with painting. I get the question, when people are starting out, they're like, how long is it going to take before I make something decent, that I can be happy about. And I think you can make something that you're happy about in probably 3 or 4 months, to be honest, if you work at it. Um, I've seen it in my class where I've had students that come in being the stereotypical, I can only draw a stick figure because I teach non-majors classes. So I'm teaching students that often are biology majors or physics majors or computer science majors or, marketing, whatever. They're from all over the university. And they'll come in sometimes with, they just want to learn how to paint, but they don't have a lot of experience drawing. And that's kind of their first big letdown, is when I let them know that if you want to get better at painting, you got to draw. You just got to draw every day. Draw from life. It's fine to draw from your computer screen or to draw from a printout, whatever. But I found lately, especially, I think it's probably has something to do with just like the nature of YouTube and how tutorials work and how people get into tutorials, and they kind of get obsessed. It's easy, to just keep watching tutorial type videos, and they're great. I think that's an awesome resource to have. But they are on a flat screen, so they are, when you're looking at somebody drawing, it's not looking at the real three-dimensional world and translating it to that two-dimensional surface. So whenever somebody asks me, how do I get better at painting, or I have a student who obviously doesn't have a lot of experience drawing, but they want to paint something really difficult, it's like, okay, how can we break this down into the simplest parts so we can actually build this painting up? And oftentimes paintings themselves are essentially, just like recipes. They're making a painting is kind of like baking a cake or making lasagna or something like that. Paintings are really based on these recipes. Okay, start off with a sketch. Then the next step, we block in the major areas, lights and darks. And this can go for a lot of different things. It could be for realistic, if you're doing like figurative realism, but it could also be for abstract painting as well, where we're starting off with sketches, sketching the composition. How big is this big shape going to be up here? How big is this little shape? Is this balanced out properly? These sort of things. But every painting kind of has this step by step, and I do that in my painting like series, where I'm like painting like Cezanne or painting like Picasso or these sort of things. That's the funnest part of making those kind of paintings, is going and looking at the artists that I like and trying to dissect their style and their techniques and their methods and processes, and what do they do to create work, And I think that's a good way to look at it. And I think a lot of people starting off, they often think that painters just paint, it's like there's no preliminary work, there's no sketch. That's kind of how I paint, to be honest. I paint pretty freeform. I'm just coming in and just jump right into it and blocking in big shapes. I do have some source material and stuff like that, though, still, that I'm looking at, because if you just want to get better at something, it's hard to make stuff up. Like, there's a great movie called Crumb, and I would give a warning that it is not, it's definitely not safe for work or for children, this movie. But there's a movie called Crumb about the comic book artist R. Crumb, and he created Zap Comics in the 1960s. And in that movie, he has this big book, basically, and he couldn't drive. R. Crumb, Robert Crumb is his name, actually. He never got a license, and he lived in San Francisco, never got a license, and so he had his friend just drive him around, and he took photographs of streetlights and fire hydrants and those electrical boxes that are in streets and windowsills and all these sort of things. And he says in the documentary, he's like, I had my friend drive me around town just so I could take pictures of all this stuff, because I just can't make it up. How can you make up what an electrical line looks like exactly? You can have a basic idea, but it saves you a lot of time if you just look and you're like, oh, there's 3 of these, wooden strips on the top, and the electrical lines go like this and this sort of thing. So I think source material is super important to look at. and it's just really, really helpful as you're actually painting something as well to just have something to look at, to base what you're improvising off of, so to speak. Just have those basic elements in there and at play as well. So for all those who have just joined me, welcome to my stream. And I'm just doing open office hours, they're called, or studio hours, where I'm taking questions or just chilling out, hanging out, painting in my studio with all of y'all. So if you got any questions or comments, feel free to write them down in the comment area, and I'll get around to those as soon as I see them. I can't guarantee you I'll see them immediately, but I am checking it sporadically. So if you have any questions, let me know down below. And basically what a lot of these different paint, or the way office hours works in a university setting is that professors often will have a time where their door is open, so to speak, right? So this is kind of that time where my door is open and anybody can ask me anything about painting in general. And I'd like to just think of this as that sort of time, because it's kind of I don't know, I kind of liked that about the US. When I was studying in Glasgow and at the Glasgow School of Art, they had you would just have a mentor, essentially. I think they called him a tutor, maybe. I'm not sure what the official name for them was, but they were a professor, and basically that was your only class. You didn't go to class, you wouldn't go to a class that was like, this is anatomy class or anything like that. You just went to your studio and would work in your studio, and you could be in there every single day for as long as you wanted. There's 24-hour access to the studio. So you'd be in there, and then Stuart, he was my advisor, my tutor, whatever you want to call him, and he would, wander around the studios from time to time. And basically, there was just a piece of paper on his door. You could just write your name on whatever day, October 14th at 3:00. And that's how you signed up. And then you would just sign up and you could meet with your advisor and just sit down and you two would talk about painting. And there was no obligation to do it. I mean, I suppose you were supposed to meet with your advisor every semester. I was never really told about it, I guess. I imagine you probably should meet like twice a semester or something, but it wasn't, enforced. And I think that model is actually really cool because it allows for students that are studying, they aren't forced into it, It's not like they have to do this. If they want feedback on their work, they go knock on their professor's door and they just show them what they're working on, at the time that you've agreed upon. And it's kind of cool to think that, we did all this before computers. Now I imagine they have just like a Google Calendar or something like that, where you just sign up on Google Calendar for your time. And then before that, I was at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, and they didn't have any grades there. Everything was pass or fail. But you had twice as much every class. So if you took like a 3-credit class, that would be twice the amount of hours. So generally, I think a 3-credit class would be what now? I think that would probably be around 5 hours that you would meet a week for a 3-credit class. And back then, it would be double. So for a 3-credit class, you'd have to be in class for 10 hours a week for that one class. So if you're taking 3 classes, you can see all of a sudden, you're in school, you're actually in the studio in school for 30 hours just for those 3 classes a week. And that was kind of a cool model as well, that I thought, where it was like, you just came in and painted. Everybody was painting different stuff in the room. I think it could be cool to do some sort of themes or something like that. That could be interesting to do. But essentially, everybody was just painting something different that was in the room themselves. So everybody could work on different things. Maybe one person was painting Super Mario and another person was making text-based paintings and all this sort of stuff. but you're kind of forced to be in that studio. And I was thinking, I teach some grad students here in Prague as well, and I was thinking like they would lose their mind probably, but I think it would be great to just enforce forcing people to just sit in their studios all together. And it's something we don't think about grad students ever doing or having to do, but I wonder what it would look like in like a grad level painting class if everyone in the class had to go to, and they just meet 3 hours a week or whatever, but during that 3 hours everybody was going to be in a room together and just paint for that 3 hours, and how that would be different from the current model we have where basically everybody comes into the room and you talk about what you did before. Nobody's really working together or painting together. So I think that could be really interesting to see, but I think people would lose their minds if you had to all sit down and paint together when people are all painting different things, especially. But yeah, I've never really witnessed that outside of SAIC, where they were mandatory, these really long mandatory studio classes. But it made sense because, you'd all get lunch, whatever, at 12 o'clock, and then you come back at 1. So it'd be like 9 to 12, and then you come back at 1 after lunch, and then it'd be like 1 to 3 or something like that. So it's like a 5-hour class, but it's manageable. It makes sense. It doesn't totally drain you, I think. 5 or 6 hours of painting is not going to destroy you, I don't think. But painting does make you tired, that's for sure. And it should, I think. I don't think there's anything wrong with getting tired while you're making art, because your brain is trying to figure stuff out, trying to figure out how stuff works, right? But yeah, so if anybody has any questions or comments, let me know in the comments section. Just chugging along on my own paintings. If you want to check out some of my other work, you can check out my Instagram at Jeremiah Polachek. It's in the bottom left-hand corner there. And I just have some different videos from my vlogs and stuff like that I put in the top right as well, just for something else to look at while I'm painting. But this painting I'm doing here is kind of an amalgamation of portraiture. And when we think about portraiture, we can think of, portraits are generally of people, and this portrait is more like an idea. Like I was saying previously, the idea of the stoned ape, or how humans evolved more or less through eating mushrooms and having a religious experience because of that, and becoming empathetic creatures. But I would love to see the Neanderthals and the humans. What are we? Homo erectus? No, we're not. We're Homo sapiens, right? So Homo erectus and Homo sapiens, what type of art they would make. Did they feel empathy for one another? Did they think stuff was funny? They're all like pretty basic ideas, but what that would actually, mean, of course, as well. But yeah, everybody's kind of painting goes through so many iterations. So we're kind of at this point where painting is a certain way. We think of painting as being this one thing where it's like, I want to make it look real and make it look kind of unique. I guess there's like a traditional quality just to oil paint that I think people are naturally drawn to, where, even digital media versus actual physical real paint, people aren't, lining up the same way to have digital paintings put on their wall. There's something about paint and the actual quality of paint and the color you can get from paint. There's actually still different color. I know a lot of the programs are getting a lot better and better now in faking oil paint. But it's also kind of funny that we have to think of, why are we even trying to mimic oil paint? with digital media? Why not make something different like with digital media? It's a different type of media. It's not paint itself. Why make paint, why make digital paint look like paint? Why shouldn't it look like something else completely? So there's still this desire to mimic the real world, even with digital paint and digital media as well, which I think is kind of interesting. We go straight for copying the real world rather than making something different with digital media. We still want it to look real for some reason. Who knows? Maybe it's all a simulation, right? If you've heard of that simulation simulation theory is basically this idea that all reality and all of the earth and the universe, all this sort of stuff, is just a big computer simulation of some sort, a simulated reality. And it's pretty much the idea that some technology has been able to convince everybody on earth that the simulation is real. And so it's got a lot of different aspects to it, I guess. The simplest thing in pop culture would just be like the Matrix, more or less. And it came from this guy, Nick Bostrom, who's a Swedish guy. And he came up with this idea of the simulation theory. But it's more or less like, as we're able to simulate reality more and more throughout the years, and we're getting better at faking reality, at what point does that, shift over? What's up, Ari? And at what point do we kind of become something different? We no longer know if something is a simulation or reality, especially if we have like virtual reality glasses. And I think, unfortunately, that's, inevitable where we're going to be headed. And I said before, at one point, it was before all this stuff going on now, but a couple years ago, I was even saying, like, I can imagine looking out at my classroom and seeing like a giant teddy bear and a rabbit and a warrior and a troll or something like that, and just seeing all these different avatars in my in my classroom. But I imagine, with augmented reality, it'll probably get to that point. But augmented reality is a little bit different too, isn't it? Because it kind of is like a cartoonification of reality. It's like turning people into creatures. We do that stuff with facial filters and these sort of things on Instagram all the time. But if it's in a classroom type of setting, if it's in public, we're trying to like make reality something more fantastic. And perhaps if we just keep going with this more and more, we'll get to the point where the simulation is so good that we can't even tell the difference between the simulation and reality. And then the simulation theory is, it's basically the Matrix. That's pretty much where we're at. But yeah, my paintings are about that point where our bodies, that's why there's kind of like blobs and little things that look like nerves and this sort of stuff that are colliding with pixels and these sort of things. On my Instagram, I say bits and bones. So the idea is of like, computer bits and actual physical bones and this sort of stuff. But in this painting's more straightforward. It's just an early human and some mushrooms, which would be fun, I imagine, back in the day. I don't know if you can even say back in the day for 700,000 years ago. But that was a lot of the, the entry point for painting is from face painting. So, the origins of painting itself is kind of making yourself into a different type of avatar of some sort, in a way. And there's even that what is that show, Face Off, is that what it's called, where they have that show where they have a competition of body painting competition of some sort. It's kind of a fun show to watch. I can't help but like that show. And there's another one like Blown Up or something, that's like a glass blowing competition show as well. That's pretty fun to watch. there was a good one um, years ago. I know I'm getting off track from the me being smart about face painting, but um, there was actually a really fun one. It's like 6, 7 years old probably, and it was called Work of Art. It had 2 seasons. You probably could find it on YouTube, and it was just called Work of Art: America's Next Great Artist. And basically, it was this series. Sarah Jessica Parker had something to do with it, and there was actual real man, I can't remember the name of the like the mentors, like the judges, like the Simon Cowell pretty much of this show, but they had real, Jerry Saltz I think was on it one week, and they had like real big art critics from New York City and stuff, and they, start off with 12 people, and then they were given a task every week, and then the judges would kick somebody off and be like, "Nope, your work isn't good. You're out." And it was actually pretty good. It was kind of fun to watch. What is that other one? RuPaul's Drag Race, I think, is kind of similar, where you like, you have to make clothes in a certain amount of time. You have to like put down your paintbrushes. It's 10 o'clock. Put down your paintbrush, and everybody's like painting, you know, like crazy in the last 5 minutes, like they're in that cake making competition or something like that. And they're like, quick, put another red on there or whatever. Yeah, check out the Work of Art, America's Next Great Artist. It's kind of fun. I think the whole thing is up on YouTube. It's kind of a fun thing to have, even on in the background, like while you're painting. I was talking yesterday too about, I listen to a lot of documentaries and stuff like that while I'm painting as well. So having something on in the background, I think, can be good to just distract your brain a little bit. Maybe that's what I'm doing with talking and this sort of stuff as well. But, just to distract your brain from exactly what you're doing so you can get into a different state. And I know that there's this whole study, I don't even know what documentary it was, but it was all about like different waves in your brain, like theta waves and I don't know, alpha waves. There's all these different type of waves. But the theta waves are supposedly where it's at with art, with sports, with music, writing, all this sort of stuff. And it's basically like your brain kind of goes into this different state altogether, and you're actually, it's kind of like a waking dream, where it's like if you watch a really great saxophonist, let's say you're watching John Coltrane play on the sax, and it seems like he's just doing everything effortlessly, and he's just moving his fingers all over the place. And some of that is muscle memory, but if you think too much, it's going to screw you up. If you're like, okay, C, then we go C, F, F, E, A, if we start thinking like logically, you actually can't play, And I think painting is kind of like that too, where if you analyze stuff too much and you're really just getting into it to the point where you're, forgetting about reality itself, then it's not going to turn out well. So it's good to distract yourself. Music, of course, is great, but you got to be careful with music, because music can change the way you paint. And I think music is like, we underestimate the power of music, especially now that people haven't experienced real concerts and these sort of things for so long. But we really kind of underestimate the power of music to like physically change us. It's kind of like a drug in a way, almost. Music, going to a concert, it can really like amp you up and get you going. People have playlists to wake up in the morning to, because they kind of help them wake up. It's like this playlist is like a cup of coffee, But so when you're painting with music, I do it. But most of the music I listen to while I'm painting is actually pretty tame, because if I'm listening to like Nile or Sepultura or, like death metal or something like that, my painting will just become more and more aggressive as well. If you're listening to classical music or, whatever, Chopin or something, your music can go in another direction. So I think you got to be a little bit careful so the music doesn't take over, because, at that moment when you're painting, you're going to be like, yeah, listening to Rage Against the Machine or something, just bashing the brush around. And then the song's off and you're just looking at the painting like, oh, okay, maybe I shouldn't have painted that so aggressively. So I I take music and I listen to music, but you don't want it to control you too much. I think, when you're painting. That's why I like listening to podcasts and listening to documentaries and these sort of things. A good documentary series on YouTube to check out is the Perspective. BBC Perspective has a series on YouTube, and they come out pretty often. It's this guy. Oh man, I don't know his last name. His first name's Waldemar. I don't know. I think it's like a Polish name, so it's probably more like Waldemar, but it's with a W. And he's a pretty interesting host. He's English, but he goes all over the world to all these different places and actually visits, South Dakota to go visit Mount Rushmore. There's one just on sculpture in all the different places in the world, and how sculpture, is often made for these big leaders, especially like, Easter Island. That's a crazy one to think about, because there was like the long ears and the short ears. There's a movie called Rapa Nui, which is pretty cool, and it's all just about Easter Island. But there was a reason that the people on Easter Island got really mad at those statues. And basically, the long ears were like the rulers, and the short ears were like, there was a lot of short ears, and they were getting pushed around by the long ears. And there's some really crazy things. Like, there was this island off the coast of Easter Island. It's like, another separate island that's a little farther away. And there'd be a competition where, like, the young men would have to swim to the island. And this is like with sharks. This is like shark-infested waters, like the ocean, like swimming like 3 miles in the ocean through the like shark-infested waters, big waves. These islands are not nice beaches when you come up on them either. These are like rocky, craggy island cliffs and stuff like that. And they would just like swim to the island. And when they got there, they'd have to find, I think they've had to get an egg, like a certain bird's egg or something like that. They were called the bird cult. Yeah, that's what they were called, the bird cult. And because these birds would all migrate there for like a specific time of the year, and they'd lay all these eggs, and then they'd get a bunch of eggs. They were happy because they got a bunch of protein from all these eggs. Probably similar to like Native American relationship with the buffalo as well. This animal kind of sustained them in a certain way. But anyway, they'd have to swim to this island and get like an egg on this island, and then swim back to Easter Island. And when they got back to Easter Island, well, the first person that came back could rule the island for a year. And this was after there was a bit of an uprising that occurred with the short ears versus the long ears. They weren't too happy about being ruled over and being pushed around. But yeah, check out that movie. It's called Rapa Nui, and Rapa Nui, Rapanui, and it's pretty interesting. It's kind of a fun movie. I can't remember who's in it. It might be like Brandon Lee or something. I think he came out in like the early '90s, I imagine. But yeah, I got a sweet spot for all of the '90s films, because I was actually working in a video store back then. Not even not even like a normal DVD store. I was in a video store. I worked in a video shop that also sold like pipes and CDs and stuff like that too. So I know like all the old like '90s movies and stuff like that. Rapa Nui like came out during that time too. Hey Marty, that's good. I'm glad you're painting. It's cool. Yeah, we're painting together, just hanging out in our studios. Studio's a great place to be, isn't it? Just get cozy in your studio. If I'm painting, you can paint too. I encourage anybody, use this time as I ramble on. If you haven't noticed, I can kind of keep talking and talking and talking and talking. But maybe it's because I'm not teaching in real life, and I just have to teach online now with Zoom. The silence of Zoom. Currently, my students have to do workshops. They have to do online workshops for the class. It's an assignment, and I told them, watch out for the silence. The silence is the worst part. So, like when I'm Zooming, I guess we call it. Is that what we call it? When I'm Zooming or in a Zoom call with an entire class, I'll actually just have like some ambient music on in my headphones, just like really, really soft ambient music. Because sometimes you're like by yourself and then you'll ask a question and you'll be like, okay, so how many people read the article on Jeff Koons? I was Jeff Koons' Studio Surf. How many people read that? And then it's just quiet. And it's quiet for me too. And it was like, can I get some response? And then we get, I read it. You know, it just doesn't work in the same way that being in a classroom, it's, you know, yeah, being apart from everybody, we certainly learned that, you know, being in real life certainly facilitates certain dialogue and conversation in a way that being online, at least trying to do a class online, like in a Zoom room or something like that, it's just different because there's even like a slight delay. I know it sounds kind of weird, but even like that 1 second delay where you don't want to talk over somebody and maybe you're saying something and it takes like a second for them to respond, and that kind of just slows down the natural thing of conversation, or just like looking at people's faces and seeing, you know, how they're, you know, basically reacting. I don't know what percentage, but they always say, you know, like 50% of communication is just your facial expressions or whatever. I don't know if that's true, the 50% part, but we look at it, the way people react a lot in reading them. And you can't really get that online in the same way. And of course, everybody's got these crazy backgrounds and all this sort of stuff that are also kind of distracting too in a way. But yeah, online, I'm glad about online. I have a whole online component that I've built. I'm going to launch on January 18th. I'm going to start my first online semester. And it's at oko.academy. And basically, I got this old antique shop in Prague, and I'm turning that into an art school. And it's all going to be individual lessons that I'm doing in person. And I do have some students for that, some in-person students already. And then I'm thinking, you know, it's like, man, like I had a lot of interest in these individual lessons one-on-one. So I'm going to try to build out an online component as well that's all just individually based. You know, it's all like artist mentorship, and then you can, you know, get into what people are making, what people are creating. I can actually see what they're doing rather than just lecturing for 90 minutes or lecturing for, you know, an hour or whatever, and then being like, all right, okay, see you next week. Check the online learning management system, Canvas or whatever. You know, every school, of course, has a different one, but yeah, I don't know. I think we're in a weird place. Like, obviously, everybody learned how to teach online really, really quickly, and I think some people obviously became better at it than others. And, you know, with using videos, and there's all these different sites like Domestika, or what are some other ones? New Masters Academy is one. Pushing Colored Dirt is another one. You know, all these different kind of online classes that you can take, and a lot of them are, you know, done in conjunction with being with the artist, you know, so you have to meet the artist once a week or something like that for 12 weeks or whatever, but you're still in the class. And then I feel like there's still a need for a more intimate one-on-one relationship with artists and helping them. And even being in a class of 4 people, which is still super small, I know, but even in being in a class of 4 people, I think is kind of, it's just harder to really connect with what that artist is trying to do in their painting. So it's like, you think about, let's say you have a class for 90 minutes. Let's say you lecture for 30 of those minutes. Okay, you got an hour left. With that hour left, let's say you've got 4 students in your class. Okay, well, you can realistically talk to each student for 10 to 15 minutes. That's all they get. Now, imagine you have a class of 25 people. That goes down to 3 minutes. I had 72 students online this last semester. 72. So if I talk to each student for 10 minutes, what is that, 720 divided by 60? It's like 12 hours, I guess, right? That's 12 hours. If I talk to every one of my students, I'd have to be talking to them for 12 hours straight. And so, I don't know. We'll see if it works. But yeah, it's oko.academy. I'm just getting it started. I'm going to have some other painters that I know as well offer different classes kind of in their specialties. And I want to give teachers as much autonomy to create lessons that they really like themselves, so they can help students in the best way possible as well. So I think we're often, with grades and with syllabi, I should say, all these sort of things, there's kind of a constriction that happens in the way that we're learning, in the way that we're teaching, in that setup. So I think like a more just one-on-one interaction can actually be really helpful. And that's what I was lucky enough to have while I was still in high school. My high school art teacher was this guy, Mr. Twingley, and I was actually friends with his son. And then his other son, John Twingley, he's an illustrator in New York. He teaches at the School of Visual Arts now in New York as well. But he, back in the day, he was the first person that I saw that was just super good at drawing. And, I saw people that were kind of good. I grew up in a small town in a really rural state in North Dakota. So, I mean, Bismarck is like 60,000 people or 100,000 people. So when people think of North Dakota, they immediately think of Fargo and that it's just like all wasteland. And, Bismarck is obviously very small in that big state because, it's a pretty big state. And then you got South Dakota to the south and then Montana to the west. So you don't have a lot, but a lot of land all around you. But at the same time, you can imagine in a town of 60,000 people or 100,000 people, your access to cutting edge art is somewhat limited. And John Twingley came back from art school. I think he was probably 22, 23 years old at the time. And he'd been just drawing at Moorhead University, which is like a sister city of Fargo in Minnesota. And he could just draw so well. And he draws with pen and ink. Look him up, JONTWINGLEY. Look him up on Instagram. He's really amazing. And he just draws from life. A lot of his stuff, believe it or not, is from life. He'll just go to a park and like draw people playing basketball from life, which is pretty nuts to think about because obviously everybody's moving, And one of the first assignments he gave me, if you want to call it that, because I saw him drawing and then I was like, I got to do lessons. We have to figure out a way. I want to do lessons with you. I want to study with you. And I think it was $20 he agreed to back then, 20-some years ago. And so he was like, okay, $20 and, I'll draw with you for 2 hours or something. And so we just went down to the zoo. We drew at the zoo together, and we drew at the carnival together one day. I remember we drew on top of this hill. I still remember all the places that we went. And there was kind of the first time where I was drawing alongside the actual person, and he was working too. So I could just look over at his drawing. Oh, that's how you do it. And I wanted to learn, pen and ink. Basically, that was my big thing. So we got the same pen that he had, which is this Rotring. It's a Rotring art pen. They still sell it, actually. And it's like a refillable pen. They're pretty good. I'm a big fan of the Jinhao, Jinhao. You can buy them on Amazon for like $10. And they're pretty good refillable fountain pen as well. But yeah, I would just go out with him one-on-one. And like the amount that I learned from just being one-on-one with him was like so much exponentially more than I learned in a classroom. So I'm trying to, replicate that at my school that I started here in Prague, Oko Academy, and just get back to one-on-one lessons with people. And I'm building out the online component of that as well in the next couple months. So that'll be interesting to see, where it goes and how it works and all of that as well. So if you're just joining us right now, these are my open hours, my open studio hours, my open painting hours, where we're all just kind of hanging out, painting. Some other people are painting here as well. Marty's painting, at least. Hopefully. Still painting, still chugging along. And yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask anything down in the comments. Give me 1 second. I'll be back in 1 minute. All right, getting back in. Good to see you. You're still painting, Marty. Glad to see that you're still around. What are you painting? Let me know what you're painting. And what is the window in the top left? So the top left is basically a bunch of my old vlog videos that I put in here just to give a little bit more stuff to look at. I like looking at stuff. So I'm using OBS, which is a broadcasting system or whatever, open broadcasting system, I guess it's called. But yeah, you can put different like files in Windows and this sort of stuff. So I put in a bunch of my old videos in the background. The one in the top left, I used to do presentations, or I guess I still do in some way. This could be kind of like a presentation too. But I do presentations, and instead of using PowerPoint, I'd often use just video and try to time myself to different videos. So what you see there currently is kind of this amalgamation of all these different videos. And basically giving artist talks and thinking about artist talks. And, if you've ever been to an artist talk, like at a university, they tend to just set up at the front of the auditorium or something like that. At CU Boulder, where I was teaching, it was, we had this beautiful, big, beautiful auditorium room for artists to give these lectures. They had them, it was like a lecture hall, but it had a huge projection. And I was always kind of amazed, we'd have all these artists and all these different types of avant-garde artists making all this type of weird art and these sort of things. But when it came to their presentations, they all just kind of defaulted to Google Slides or PowerPoint. It was like flipping through the slides. It's like, oh, here's this. And that makes sense. It makes sense to look at people's work, I guess, like that too. But I started making different types of videos about my art and my art making process, and documenting those things is also important too, I guess. So often when I would give presentations on my art, that's one thing, I guess, you don't see it come up in school too much, but, at a certain point after you've been making art for 20 years, you're expected to go and talk about what you've been doing for 20 years. Sometimes there might be a progression, sometimes there might not be, but engaging in that is an art in and of itself as well, I think. But yeah, I make these videos. What's up in the top left, it's pretty crazy. There's a ton of videos up there. I can see I have my screen printing video there, where I'm like making different screens, and that's juxtaposed with all sorts of other stuff from my studio, some of my old paintings, these sorts of things as well. Yeah, just kind of rethinking, what is an artist lecture supposed to be? Is this an artist talk? Maybe this is a 3-hour artist talk that I'm giving right now, in a sense. But I don't know. I like the artist talk model. I'm not like saying it's bad or it should, but it's kind of amazing like how not creative artists are with the artist talk. It's kind of like, oh, this is an artist talk. That's how it works. You have Google Slides of, this is my painting I did in school. This is what I did when I got out of school. I moved here, then I did this. That's fine, but you can make it a little more artistic and use the mediums in different ways as well, I think, too. So right now, just getting into the these little blobbies. My wife always makes fun of the way I hold a pencil and hold a brush, like I'm grabbing it like a 3-year-old or something like that. But painting with 3-year-olds can be fun too. I enjoy that. Maybe I should do more kids classes. Just stop working with adults and just work with, I don't know, probably 8. 8 might be a really good age, I imagine, because you haven't been totally destroyed. There's a whole like evolution of children's art as well, that, like the different stages that children go to when they're making art throughout the years. But they always start off, really symbolic. So it just starts off as being like stick figures, usually like a circle with some lines or something like that. And then I think I imagine around 9 or 10, they start getting concerned with making stuff look real. I don't know what happens at that point in life, but they definitely get more and more concerned about making stuff, just look real. There was all those cool, I remember people were making like puppets, like they were sewing children's drawings, or like making oil paintings of children based on children's drawings, and how those things would turn out. They're just kind of like these circles with real simple lines, but if you imagine seeing them as like a 3D image, how different that would actually be. So feel free to ask any questions that you have down in the comments below. I'm working on this early human creature who's exploding with his avatar. My little puppy is running around here. So that's good. It's good to have a puppy. Now it's about a year old. I actually got the dog. It's a what is the breed? I don't know why I can't think of it. Belgian Griffon. Brussels Griffon. I was thinking in Czech. So I couldn't think of the actual name of the dog because it was like thinking Belgitski Griffon. Is it? But yeah, Belgian Griffon. Or Griffon. I guess in English we probably say Griffon as well. It's like a French word. They're like little rat dogs in the day. Not meaning a rat-like dog, but they would chase rats and eat rats and this sort of stuff. It's the dog in the Jan van Eyck painting, the Arnolfini Wedding, which is like a super famous painting. Often considered, one of the first oil paintings. But oil painting's way older than that. It's like 800 years older than Jan van Eyck and the Arnolfini Wedding. But yeah, previously I was talking about face painting and this sort of thing too, and I think that's really interesting. Face painting, cosmetics, these sort of things, they go back forever. We think about ancient Egypt and people using eyeliner, and they'd have to, basically the system is just crush stuff up and add a medium to it, add water or add oil or egg. They'd use egg often in the early days too. So that was pretty much it for the face painting stuff. But there's a lot of people do face painting. It's still even in with camouflage too. We can think of face painting too. When hunters go out, even still, or soldiers in war, or whatever, there's still that face paint. Like putting colors on your face to blend in to the surroundings. So there's that aspect of camouflaging yourself in a forest or wherever you are, so you blend in. I'm sure there's probably, even with like baseball players, I think they still do, they put that black, they put those black marks under their eyes so the light doesn't like glare into their cheeks, I guess. I don't know. I never got it, why it would work. But I remember buying that stuff at the like the sports store. You could buy like a stick, and I wore it when I played baseball. I put it under my eyes because I just thought it looked cool. But there's probably some element to that where it's like painting your face. You become like an avatar, or you feel like you're a different thing. That's like a big part of mask wearing and all that sort of stuff as well. But face painting is like ridiculously old. That goes on forever. Native American face painting, of course. In Africa, there's hundreds of thousands of years old. Henna painting in India. I wonder what I imagine the process of doing that is also pretty similar with henna. It's just like henna is an actual plant, so you would get an actual plant and crush it up into some sort of powder, and then just mix it with water. And somewhere along the lines they were like, oh, this like dyes your skin, and that's more ornate and decorative as well. But the first paint that we know of, I think, as far as I'm aware, the first paint that people used was face paint or body paint of some sort. But yeah, throughout the years, Jan van Eyck would do the Arnolfini wedding, and we often forget about, when we think of the Renaissance, we immediately go to Italy and Michelangelo, all the Ninja Turtles, Leonardo, Michelangelo, Donatello, who else? Raphael. I think that was all the Ninja Turtles. And but even before that, Jan van Eyck was born in 1390. So he's from Bruges in it's early Netherlandish painting. But he would be, what's considered like Northern Renaissance art during that time. And a lot of this stuff would be, have to do with optics. There was a lot of stuff happening with optics, and a lot of people think, this stuff was all just projected, more or less. Like if you take a box and put a hole in the box, and it kind of works like a pinhole camera of some sort, so it takes the real world and like projects it inside of a little box. There was even a really weird one that had like two boxes. I don't know, because you needed like one for each eye. And so they were playing with contraptions and stuff like that as well in order to create their work, using the latest in technology, so to speak, in order to create their paintings. And so Van Eyck, he was painting, this is like 1420, so this predates all the Renaissance stuff, actually. And so there's a ton of like naturalism and realism, and the actual oil paint. There was developments actually in the oil paint itself as well. So these early Netherlandish painters are really pretty awesome to look at. And most people, like, I always thought it was older, because like even when I was learning about the Renaissance, I was always thinking like, oh, this stuff must actually be way older than it is. But then it's like, what? The Arnolfini wedding is like 1434? how does that even make sense? Because it just kind of predates all the other stuff. So and you got Montaigne, of course, in Italy. That would be early as well, I guess, right? But Montaigne is not born until 1430, around 1430. So it's different. Jan van Eyck like predates that considerably, and then Da Vinci was born after Jan van Eyck had already died, and Da Vinci was born in 1452. So, like, we kind of think of Da Vinci and these people as being the masters, and then you go back and you look at the early Northern Renaissance stuff, and you're just like, what? This is older. This is the beginning of all that stuff. How is that even possible? But how did I get on this? The Griffon, the Belgian Griffon, named Blaja, my little dog. It's one of the most famous dog paintings. Is that little guy in the Arnolfini wedding, or the Arnolfini portrait. There's a mirror in the painting itself, which is really cool. And if you look at the mirror in the painting, you can see like a reflection of the artist painting as well. And to think, you'd have to get all these rich, important people, you'd have to get them to just sit for you for hours. These are like, maybe they didn't have to do anything. Maybe rich people are just like lions, where like we think that they're like, well, I don't know if they're like lions. Lions don't do much, is basically what I'm saying. Lions just kind of sit around. We think of them as like the king of the jungle, but really, like a lot of their day, they're just like lying around, sleeping. Maybe they find like a dead elephant or something. They're like, yay, dead elephant. And then they eat that and then go back to sleep. They don't do much. So maybe like rich people were just kind of like lions, and so they didn't have much to do. And so Von Eyck's like, hey, can you come over to my house and like stand for 5 hours? And they're like, okay. I suppose they probably, I don't know, maybe they would even have like body doubles of some sort to like stand in a certain pose. Because obviously, like if you're raising your hand in a certain way or something like that, that would just be annoying to do for hours and hours. But yeah, in the Von Eyck painting, that would just be all glazing. So a lot of that style of painting is this whole method of, doing an underpainting and then glazing these colors on top of it. And that's just like a transparent layer of paint that creates that kind of luminosity and gives it that sort of glow. In the Arnolfini wedding painting, you can see there's like these really luscious velvet, kind of crimson velvet colored sheets that you'll see on the bed and in the background as well. And you'd get that effect by just simply using a really, really transparent color. And that's one thing to just wrap your head around right as soon as you start painting. First thing to know, there's transparent colors and there's opaque colors, right? And so literally, if you're painting with transparent colors and trying to paint like alla prima, where that means all at once or something, you're going to have a tough time because those paints aren't going to be like, the color is not going to be as powerful. So in a painting like the Arnolfini wedding, they would basically, do an underpainting, and you slowly build these layers of paint throughout the painting, and that would bring these subtle gradations in color out as well. Vermeer, of course, would be painting like this much later. A couple hundred years later, Vermeer would be making his painting as well. And there's a cool movie about Vermeer, too, that The Girl with the Pearl Earring, if you've ever seen that, I think Scarlett Johansson's in it. And that's a good one as well. Marty's checking in. 2 pieces going, still life and a big abstract. That's cool. Right on. I like working on multiple pieces at once as well, where it's like, if you're working on more than one piece, it's always kind of nice. You just don't want to be trapped in never finishing, which I've done too, because I think there's those rules for painting where they talked about, these different rules of art. Diebenkorn Diebenkorn came up with all these 10 different rules. And I used to have them up on my studio wall, but so I still remember all of them. But I remember one was like, basically react to the freshness in the beginning of your painting. Because like when you're starting out a painting, it's always going to start off feeling kind of nice and energetic and fresh, right? And it's going to seem like it's the exciting part, it's like starting a business or something like that. It's like before you actually have to deal with customers and, actually do the hard work. Like when you're thinking about something in your head, it's really fun. It's really fun in that stage. And when you get those first marks on the canvas, you haven't even had time to mess it up. You can't even really make it muddy, actually, because there's not enough paint on there to make it muddy yet. So when you start off with that freshness of the painting, you have to basically know that you have to destroy that freshness. You have to respond to the freshness of the early marks, but you also have to know that you can destroy it. Everything is expendable, So yeah, there was a couple other. One was like, don't discover a subject. If you start becoming bored, you should put that boredom into the painting. So like, don't try to fake how you're feeling about a painting, more or less. So like, if you're getting bored while you're painting, just paint bored. You can paint in a bored way. That can be part of like how you're actually creating work. And another one was about like, accepting the chaos that comes with painting, and that if you mess something up, you can use that, mistake, and it can kind of propel you somewhere else. So, don't get down on yourself. If you mess something up, let it dry, and then let it propel you into a different way of painting it. One of my favorites was be careful only in a perverse manner, which was kind of funny. So it's like if you start getting really tight and careful, you should. I think what he means is like you should just be really aware of it. Like you should just be really aware of that carefulness, and just like when you're using boredom in a painting and painting in a bored way because you're bored, you can also do the opposite of that too, and kind of be careful, but be aware that you're being careful, and kind of you can almost make fun of being careful in a certain way. But yeah, there was a couple others I can't really think of, but attempt what is not certain, that was one. So you don't have to have everything planned out. I know some painters like to visualize before they paint. They like to visualize what's going to happen. They even will, mimic that mark with their hand, like how their hand's going to move. And then they kind of put their hand down onto the painting and then actually make the mark on the painting. And I think that, that's one way of approaching it. That's a cool way to approach it too. But also attempting, what is not certain, that would basically mean, you can also try painting and be free enough and be open enough while you're painting to not be totally certain of how things are going to turn out. To just let the pen do the talking, so to speak. Let the pen control your arm, or let the brush control your arm rather than you controlling the brush. I know that sounds like really esoteric and mystical or something like that, but I think there's something to be said for it, to kind of like give yourself up and not be worried about it too much. It probably goes back to the ideas of, musicians improvising and this sort of stuff too. If you start thinking like, oh, this is F sharp, this is D, if you can't think that quick, so you're just reacting in the moment while you're painting. That's probably why there's so many similarities between painting and music and all this sort of stuff as well, is just because you have to react on your feet in a certain extent. You can't just analyze every single little move that you're doing. But yeah, if you don't know Diebenkorn, he was huge for me. Oh man, I love Richard Diebenkorn. He's one of my favorite painters. of all time. I don't even know if I could do a podcast just on Richard Diebenkorn because I wouldn't want to. I don't know if I could do it justice. And I heard he was just a great person as well. I heard he was just a really, really nice guy. It's kind of like Wayne Thiebaud. Wayne Thiebaud's 100 years old, or maybe even older. Maybe he's like 102 or something now. But Wayne Thiebaud notoriously would keep on. He's still painting at 100 years old. Born in 1920. I mean, what? Imagine that. You're totally cognizant and aware of the world. He was 24 when World War II ended. He lived through at least he just lived. I guess he was born right when everything was going down the first time around too. But then you get into the Roaring 20s after that, which was pretty awesome. In the 1920s, hopefully we'll have another Roaring 20s. That's what I'm looking forward to. I keep telling myself we're gonna have another Roaring 20s. It's gonna be awesome. We're gonna have all this new art and music, and it's gonna be good and great. And we're all gonna be so happy to be around people again, and concerts. Oh man, that's what I miss. I just miss going to concerts. But anyway, getting back to Thiebaud. Thiebaud, being a nice person, Thiebaud would actually invite students still into his studio. One of my friends, Nathan Lewis, he's a professor at Sacred Heart University in Connecticut. He got to get a cupcake with him. He went out and visited him. And I was like, what? You got a cupcake with Wayne Thiebaud? But anyway, he's been painting for 80 years, 85 years. And he would ask students, 20-year-old students, still into his studio and ask them what they thought about his painting. Now imagine what kind of mentality we think of egocentric, artists that aren't going to listen to anybody. Here we got one of the most famous living painters today, and he's saying to students, come into my studio. You want to see, what do you think's working with this? What don't you think is working? He'd be like, And I think, maybe if you approach things in that way and you trust the people that you're talking to, sometimes people have terrible advice and you just learn to block that sort of thing out. But what do you have to lose from asking anybody about your painting? Like if you're asking a 6-year-old, what is this a painting of? And they're like, that looks like a giraffe. Maybe it does look like a giraffe and you didn't even see it, So I think it's great to get these sort of outside opinions on your work. But yeah, Wayne Thiebaud, he got super famous for making all these cupcake paintings and paintings of cakes and all this sort of stuff, which I think is pretty cool. But Diebenkorn, he's got to be my all-time fave, is Richard Diebenkorn, who he's just done everything. He's got all these different what do you even call them? I don't know. He has a geometric phase. He has the Ocean Park phase is this kind of more geometric abstraction, but I love he started off as an abstract expressionist painter, and then of course he became famous in the Bay Area figurative painting movement in the 1950s and 1960s. And so you think about abstract expressionism, and commonly we associate that with the 1950s, people like Jackson Pollock, Motherwell, all these people. But there was also a group of figurative painters kind of rebelling against abstract expressionism. Philip Guston would be another one, where it's like abstraction, there's so much happening in the world. Is abstraction really doing it for us? And this group of artists kind of said no. Richard Diebenkorn goes back to abstraction later in life when he starts the Ocean Park series. But that's what I love about him, is he's just a painter that's like starts off and he's like, okay, I'm gonna do abstract paint. They're very loose, sloppy abstract paintings, and then he kind of takes that and he goes into figurative paintings. Or he would do little still lifes too. He did little still life paintings of just like a scissors. He's got this great one of a butter knife in a glass, which is just awesome. And he's just a painter's painter in that way, where it's like, oh, you want this? And I guess, in this day and age, everybody's thinking like, yeah, we all need to paint in a certain way, and in order to make sales, and in order for galleries to understand what it is that we're doing, right? And so we got to paint and make sure everything is easily understandable. But Diebenkorn's like, I'm gonna paint like this today. I don't need to just make abstract expressionist paintings. I can make something completely different too. So I think that's an awesome thing about Diebenkorn, is that versatility. That's kind of what I like to approach. I guess I don't make a lot of abstract works, completely abstract works, but I do like to sometimes just make figurative paintings, or, do a still life. Of course, I do the whole painting like thing, which is fun too, where I paint landscapes and all that. Thanks, Marty. Yeah, the dude's starting to come out, starting to come together, working on the hair here now, getting some strands in. But yeah, I think it's starting to come together a little bit, pushing and pulling things compared to yesterday. This is a pretty small painting for me, so it's around 12 by 16, I guess. And so it's smaller than most of my work, but slow and easy. That's one of the things with painting. You got to just have patience while you're making it. That's what it's all about, just chugging along and trusting yourself to keep going, not thinking too much. And once you kind of build up your palette, I know I can see there's like this glare in my palette, but once you kind of get all these different colors built up on your palette, you can just grab from them as you go as well. So it's not like you're too worried about, mixing the perfect blue or mixing the perfect purple or whatever beforehand, because you've already got a couple purples mixed and a couple browns mixed and an orange mixed. And I've just been using one brush for this entire thing, so not too complicated of a painting, I guess. In some ways, I'm just using one brush. I have that little tiny mini brush too, but in general, it's just that one. I wonder how, I don't really know, how many brushes would artists actually paint with throughout history? How many different things would they actually use in the creation of a painting? I don't know. It's hard to say. But I just like to use one, because then, and I don't clean it too much. I'll just wipe it clean with a rag and leave a little bit of the other color, leave a little bit of that other color in my brush. And that allows me to just kind of take the intensity of all my colors down, since we experience the world as neutral grays. Basically, everything in the world is kind of a gray. It's not really a bright pink or a bright yellow, or, everything's a little bit gray. And that's kind of when we see those nocturne paintings of, if you don't know nocturnes, that's a type of poem too. A poem is also called a nocturne. But in nocturne paintings, you'll often see that everything is tuned down. Like if you look at an old Whistler painting, for instance, everything in the painting is so dark that your lights are actually a gray. So you kind of take that entire value scale and you just turn it down for every single color. Well, a simple way to do that is just not to clean your brush a lot, except with white, because white will absolutely infest stuff and make it chalky. So if I'm using a lot of white, I will clean my brush clean. But if you're just painting with, oranges and browns and blues and grays and all these other colors, I think it's good to just leave a little bit of that paint in your brush. Don't be afraid to just leave a little bit of it in there and then mix it in with the next color. And it does give it this kind of muted, neutral gray feel to the entire painting. It gives it this sort of harmony as well. But there's a lot of great nocturne paintings. He actually, Whistler actually came up with the term itself, and it just basically means, nighttime scenes as they look at twilight or just like a veil of light during the nighttime. And there's a lot of, Rembrandt has the Night Watch, which is a really famous painting as well. That would be a nocturne painting too. And in that, it's like, it's just a very, very subtle light. So when you look at the lightest place in the Night Watch, for instance, that's still going to be a pretty grayish white that you'll see there. But a really simple thing about nocturne paintings is that it's really easy to create emphasis, because you can just make the lightest thing the emphasis of the painting, and your eye's going to look there right away. When everything's dark, make one thing light. That's the most important thing in the painting. It's a really simple way to create emphasis in a painting, and the nocturne paintings are really awesome for it. There's some good, they're tonal works, so they're just, tonalism is another entire movement of art as well, in that started in America, actually, with a group of American artists, and they would basically be painting landscapes that looked like they were covered in mist, or there was kind of an atmosphere throughout all of them. Jeremy Miranda is a contemporary painter who I think is really great. You can check him out on Instagram, and you can look at his paintings. They're really tonalist looking paintings, but they tend to be really dark, neutral hues, gray, browns, blues. Would dominate the entire composition itself. And I think Remington would make some as well. So Remington would be an American artist who, did these kind of conquest of the West sort of paintings as we moved west, more or less. But he had some good nighttime paintings too. But yeah, the Barbizon school is another, that's like an art movement as well that was realist in nature, and they have a lot of landscape paintings. Corot would be one of those people who I've talked about before. Corot. If we look at Corot paintings, and if you see those in person, oh man, I don't even know how to describe it. Even when you're looking online, it doesn't do it justice. It's one of those things where you really got to see it in person. But if you look at a Corot in person, it's really got that misty, grayish, tonal light feeling to the entire painting, where it really feels just real. I don't know. It's hard to explain. I know we're always trying to copy light and make light look real because it's all a magic show in painting anyway. But there's something about Corot and the Barbizon school. I'm probably totally butchering that. Maybe like Barbizon? I don't know. But yeah, Rousseau was part of that as well. A lot of these people. And yeah, there's a certain approach to the actual gray light. It's hard to explain without showing actual images as well of the stuff. Are there two people painting? Stephanie. That's a loop of some old videos, my painting vlog videos. So I got more cool stuff. That's why I put the video in the top left. So the top left video is just some like archival footage that I looped just to give more interesting stuff, because watching paint dry, I don't know if watching paint dry is totally appealing to everybody. Or watching paint at this pace. Everybody likes to see stuff sped up, especially on YouTube. They like to just see paintings sped up, and it's like, oh, it's 3 minutes long. And that's cool. That's a good way to approach it too. But yeah, in the top left, that's some old paintings. Currently, it's Floetrol and acrylic paint, and you use that to make pours with. And I use that in the creation of some of my works, where I'll basically put paint in different cups, and then you get this stuff called Floetrol, or you can use silicone. It's available at like hardware stores, and it pretty much levels your paint so it doesn't become bubbly, so it doesn't make stuff that's really high thicker and thinner. Kind of makes all the paint on your canvas like the same thickness, which is good when you're using pours because everything seems flat, but your colors still seem really bright and vibrant as well. Pipe Smoker Cowboy Chris, thanks for the comment. Yeah, it is kind of, I like surrealism. I like painting from dreams. I still haven't checked. I got to check my poll that I put up on the community section of the channel. I wanted to do we'll see if I was asking what I should do in my next painting like video, because I do these videos where I'm painting like different artists. And so I asked, and one of the options was a Frida Kahlo painting based on one of my dreams, because she made a lot of paintings based on her dreams. But when we think of dream paintings, that's got its entire history as well. Of course, Freud would be important in that, coming out at the same time as Dali as well in the analysis of dreams. But dream art has been around for quite a long time as well. It's in the Bible, of course. Joseph and was that the story? Joseph and the Coat of Many Colors or whatever. There's a lot of different dream interpreters. I think kings would even have like people that would interpret their dreams. But yeah, Dali would make a lot of works based on his dreams. Redon would make stuff on his dreams. A cool one to check out, a contemporary person to check out, who I like a lot, is a guy named Jim Shaw, who's a painter, and he made like a comic book series based on different dreams, and they're just like pencil drawings. He made a bunch of paintings too. William Blake would be another one, but Jim Shaw, those are really cool because it's like, I don't know, we think about how much time we spend in our dreams. I'm sure this is like a common idea. What is that movie, Waking Life? That's a really cool Richard Linklater movie. That's all about dreams. And I got into lucid dreaming for a little while. I guess all you have to do, pretty much what I learned in getting into lucid dreaming, if you can even call it that, what I learned is what you do is just look at your hands. Always look at your hands and then look at a clock. Look at a digital clock especially. If you're in a dream and you look at your hands are probably not going to look like your hands. They're going to look like something else completely. They're going to be all wobbly and weird and stuff. Same with clocks. Like, it's really hard to read clocks in dreams. So when you're lucid dreaming, you're kind of looking for triggers to make you realize that you're dreaming. So then you're like, oh, I'm dreaming. But I remember my first lucid dream, I was probably 14 years old, and I was dreaming that, I still remember it totally vividly. I was dreaming that I was on a BMX bike, and I used to race BMX bikes like on a dirt track when I was really little, like I was like 8 or 9 or something. But I was like 14 then, and I had a dream that I was like riding my BMX bike on a track, going over jumps, and I could like jump and fly. And I remember I realized in my dream, I'm like, oh, I'm in a dream. And so I was just like flying around on my BMX bike. So that was like my first lucid dream that I had. And then as I tried to like actually learn how to lucid dream, basically you look at your hands, look at the clock, that sort of stuff. And then keeping a dream journal is really important, which I still do, but I just do it on my phone. When you wake up, you can just like give a 1 minute or 2 minute synopsis of your dream before you fall asleep. Just record it on your phone. That can be a fun way to just keep track of your dreams. And then when you listen back like 2 weeks prior, you're like, oh, I can kind of see why I was dreaming about that. Maybe I was thinking about, the aquarium tipping over, And that's why I was dreaming about the hose in the living room, or, whatever. And sometimes you don't see those connections at first. And places, all these different cultures had dream interpreters. That used to be a thing. I don't know if they still use it, like in psychoanalysis, if they even talk about dreams anymore in psychoanalysis. There was a class at CU Boulder that was just called Dreams. It was a film class. And as part of the class, you like created an artwork. You kept a dream journal, and then you'd create an art piece based on that journal, however you wanted to interpret it. But yeah, dreams are great fodder. There's so much weird stuff bubbling around in our psyches. Dreams are such an awesome look into them. But yeah, Dali, of course, would be making a lot of paintings based on his dreams. He has that, can't remember what it's called. It might be paranoid schizophrenic method, I think it was called. That could be nonsense. But I remember he had something like that. And he wrote a book. Man, what is it called? The book has like a really weird name. It's like the Master Techniques of Artists or something like that is the name of the book that Dali wrote. And it doesn't make any sense at all. Like, I remember going to the library when I was like 16, and of course I love Dali, and I went to the library and I found this book, and it's called like The Great Master Techniques of Artists or something by Salvador Dali, and I'm like, oh my God, I need this book. I'm going to learn the master techniques of artists from Salvador Dali. And then, I check it out. I get home, I'm looking through the book, and it's like, go fishing for urchins at 3 a.m. Like all the stuff in the book like made no sense at all. It was all surreal. The book itself, he like wrote a how-to book that is not even a how-to book, which is kind of awesome in a way that he approached teaching art, in that manner, especially because, we have so many different type of how-to books. And just like with tutorials, they've kind of become this certain style. When we look at a tutorial, we expect it to work in a certain way. It's like, oh, you do this, then you do this, and, now it's a rose. Now you've painted an eye, right? Or whatever. And people expect these things to really go in this step-by-step sort of basis. So it's kind of cool that Dali hacked that and was like, oh, you want to learn how to paint? Then you should go hunting for sea urchins at 3 a.m. and extract some of the blue dye from one of their bodies and make paint from it, And so, yeah, Dali's book, I can't think of the name of it. If you look it up, Dali's how-to book, you Google it out, I'm sure you can find it. Something like The Great Techniques of Master Artists or something to that effect. But in that book, he also has that method where he would sit in a chair with a key in his hand, and he'd put a coffee can like underneath. He's in like an armchair, and so he'd put a coffee can like underneath his hand where his hand was, and he'd have a key in his hand. So the idea was he'd put this key in his hand, he'd go to sleep at some point. When he'd fall asleep, his arm would relax, his fingers would relax, they'd release the key would fall into the coffee can and go clink, and then he'd wake up, and whatever he was painting or whatever he was dreaming at that point, he would make a painting of it. And again, what was true with Dali, nobody knows. Nobody knows. It could all be an absolute farce with Dali, and that's part of who he was. He was kind of one of the first pop artists in a way that really seeped into popular culture and the media. He made an animation with Disney, believe it or not. So even back in the day, Dali was into working with Disney. I imagine a lot of painters now, I don't even know what would that look like. Wouldn't that be awesome? If Disney again was like, hey, we're just gonna work with artists. instead of working with 3,000 people. I think we'd probably make cooler stuff. We make cool stuff now. I'm not going to say we don't. But there's something to be said for really turning over all your creative vision to one person. I imagine people would lose their minds now if that happened. Absolutely lose their mind. One person's going to say what this is going to look like? You mean we don't have a focus group? We don't have a committee? We don't have all these other people telling us what we're supposed to make? We're going to have one person telling us? Really? No. That's not how it works. Now we have movie by committee, where it's focus groups and all these different people. Everybody's gotta be a part of it, Design by committee is the term for it, and it's usually like it makes bad stuff. I mean, this is an actual, I don't know what you'd call it, proven theory or proven fact, but companies have learned that when you have too many people making something, there is no longer any unifying vision holding the entire project together. So it kind of loses something when you ask for everybody's input, and it's kind of where we're at now. This is why I want of course the opposite. We could think of as being kind of a dictator who's the head of a director or something like that. But I don't know. I mean, I think that maybe the director as dictator, it'd certainly take chances that we wouldn't take today, because everybody's so careful. Everybody wants to be so careful and make sure that everybody is taken care of, that you're appealing to all these different demographics all at once and stuff. I don't know. I think it's better to have one person. And that's what a director's supposed to do, but I don't think that's how it works anymore. I think the director's probably off like, okay, where's the catering guy going to set up? We need 48 catering trucks. All right. Like my buddy, his name's Matthew Bloodsmith, and he used to have a bar here in Prague, and he's been in some roles in different films throughout the year. If you saw The Illusionist, that movie, The Illusionist, when Eisenheim gets arrested, he's the person that breaks out of the doors and says, like, they're arresting him! They're arresting Eisenheim! And we used to always yell that in the bar because he was, like, practicing that line for the audition or something. We'd, like, yell it at each other in the bar. And but he was telling me that, like, there's just so much food. And, like, part of this whole thing is just having lots and lots of food. And I wonder what part of the budget of films is just food. There used to be a lot of films. I live in Prague in Czech Republic, but I imagine the film industry is still pretty strong. But there was a ton of movies made here back in the day. Mission Impossible starts off in Prague, and then there was I love it. It's called Chasing Liberty with Mandy Moore, which is a pretty interesting film as well. But I know they lightened up a lot of the restrictions just for the film industry here, because there's like so many Hollywood films that were coming here and making movies here. And I think that's awesome that like Hollywood is not just the center anymore. Atlanta, I know, is coming up as well as like a new place to make films and stuff like that. So, it's not just Prague or not just Hollywood where you can make movies. There's all these places popping up all over the place. But yeah, I went to the wrap party for that Mandy Moore movie called Chasing Liberty, which takes place in Prague, which is so much fun. But again, it was like I was the plus one. I was like the date. I wasn't in the movie. I tried to audition. There was a casting director that came to the same bar and was like, we need Americans and we need native English speakers for parts. And I was like, oh, I'll I'll try out for something. So I went down to like the casting agency and nothing. I tried out for Lion Witch in the Wardrobe as an extra. Nope, didn't get it. But my buddy, his name was Bama, and his real name's Dean, but everybody called him Bama because he was from Alabama, and he was a big guy, probably 6'5", big dude. And they said they wanted somebody who looked American, and so he bought like a McDonald's meal, like a cheeseburger and some fries, and a big Coke. And he walked into the audition. He's like, I heard y'all looking for somebody American, and he got it. He got into Night Watch, a movie called Night Watch. So worked out for some people. They just didn't like me. Didn't have the look, I guess. You didn't get. I mean, they got paid. I thought they got paid well, at least. I don't know how much they're paying in LA for those types of parts, but everybody seemed to get paid pretty well here. But the amount of food they have for that, man, that's crazy. Thanks, Marty. I appreciate you hanging out. I'm glad you're hanging out and painting. That's what it's all about. I encourage anybody else to, get your paints out. I'm going to keep chugging along, so I can always talk. If you haven't figured that out yet, I can always keep talking. But get your paints out and just paint along with me. Hopefully I can keep it up. Working on this early human. For anybody just tuning in, having the open studio hours, open painting hours where I'm just live streaming my studio, chatting, doing a little bit of a brain dump. Kind of like what do they call it? The morning pages? There's that book, The Artist's Way, where they do, part of the thing of The Artist's Way is to do these things called morning pages, which, going back to how-to books, when we were talking about Dali and different how-to books and this sort of stuff, I don't know who wrote it, but the name of the book is The Artist's Way. And I did it back in high school as well. And I remember there was that exercise where you would have to do morning pages. And what they meant by that, it was just simply you'd wake up in the morning and you'd just do a brain dump of everything on your mind to kind of cleanse any worry that you had about writing in the first place, where you just like force yourself to write. And I think there's something to be said for that, where it's like write even when you don't know what you're going to be writing about. Or that's kind of what live streaming is in a way, where it's like I don't take any notes coming into this. This is just a brain dump of sorts. So, at first when I was like, I'm going to be live streaming and then it's scary, but then I kind of realized, okay, this is kind of like being in a classroom lecturing, a more relaxed classroom lecturing, and I can just kind of do this brain dump of all these sort of things that I'm thinking about. But with the artist pages, that would be, I think that's just a good habit to get into, because at that point you can really not worry about what it is that you're writing. And I know that seems ridiculous, because we're supposed to worry about what we're writing or worry about what we're painting because we don't want it to look stupid. But it kind of goes back to that musician practicing. Is a musician really, when they're doing scales, are they just going by memory, or are they kind of in a different zone, in a different way of thinking, where they're just kind of dumping their brain out and letting their body do the actual work itself? So in the artist's way, they do those morning pages, and I just think they're really cool habit to get into, because with art, we're not only making paintings, we're really making habits in a certain way. And so, often we have this inner voice telling us, whatever they want to call it, the inner critic, or this voice inside of our head that says, you're not good enough, other people are way better, you know, why are you even bothering painting this? It's gonna suck. Stop. You know, we have these why? We have these inner critics out of all these things in the world. We also think we have to share stuff with people. Who says we have to share anything with anybody? You know, we live in this culture now where it's like, I know I'm live streaming saying this, live streaming a painting saying this, but you know, you don't have to share anything with anybody. And I say this to my students all the time. It's like, make a blog that nobody will ever see. Make a system of creating art that is like a diary to you. You don't have to show anybody your work. You know, we feel like you have to show people your work, and at a certain point, of course you want to show people your work because you want to communicate with people. Probably, I imagine, if you're making artwork, if artwork is just a method of communication itself, you want to make something, right? You want to communicate some idea of some sort. And sometimes you go into it in the Diebenkorn. We're talking about Diebenkorn's 10 rules of painting. You know, you go into that process not knowing what's going to happen, and that can actually be a strength. And that's a hard thing to break in a lot of academic painters. A lot of people that have had, these really strict academic teachers. And I have a lot of students from Russia, and Russia makes they have a lot of awesome draftsmen coming out, I guess, just based on a lot of my students here in Prague. Like, they can teach people how to draw, how to look at the world and draw, but they teach a very specific way of literally even sharpening the pencil. I'm not kidding. Like, they sharpen their pencil in a very particular way. And the drawings, they're this very academic approach to drawing, and like, you can learn this, and that's cool. That's great. But with those types of people that really learn, then it's like, oh, you got to unlearn this a little bit in order to kind of get creative and find yourself, because you've been taught you've been taught somebody else's techniques, and you want to use those things, and they're super great to have. They're awesome foundation things to have, but you want to take those things and also make them your own, I guess, if that makes sense. So hopefully in doing so, you'll create something that'll make, your own vision of the world, or I like to think of it as a signature. That's how I always talk about it. It's your own signature. They're your painting moves. I don't like the term style, because style seems kind of contrived. It's like, I want to paint like this. I want this to look like this. And it's kind of like, if you paint long enough and keep painting long enough, you're going to discover that your signature of your work is going to come out at a certain point. All you need is a certain familiarity with the medium itself and a lot of practice with that medium. And it's going to come out just the way you sign your, sign your name on a painting. It just happens naturally, Bobby Boldy asking about the texture on the canvas. So this is an old painting. We're currently in lockdown here, so I literally can't get any new canvases. So I'm actually painting over an old painting, which is annoying. I agree. It is annoying. I just roll right on top of it. But yeah, ideally, I'd like to just start off with a really nice flat gessoed surface. And the best way to do that, I just learned 2 years ago. Been painting forever, and I just learned 2 years ago how to make a really nice smooth gesso surface. And it was simply, gesso your painting, and then get one of those water spritzer bottles, and like 30 minutes after it's dry, you wet sand it, and it kind of re-wets the gesso, I guess, again, and it makes it turn into like a paste. You don't want to make it too wet, otherwise it gets pasty and then it'll mess it all up. But yeah, ideally I would not want to have texture on this. It's annoying, and I don't like painting over old paintings and seeing brush strokes of old paintings come through. It can be really distracting and really annoying. So yeah, ultimately I'd love to be working on a smoother surface, and that's certainly more conducive to painting. This is on masonite, so it's a flat like wood, wooden surface, I guess you could call it, like a panel. Ultimately, it would be better to start with like a super smooth gessoed surface for sure. But yeah, thanks for your question. There's different textures you can use in painting that I like sometimes. Like I went through a phase, one really simple thing you can add to paint, which a lot of people don't consider because it's just so simple, is just sand. Like, get some sand, like actual sand, just normal sand. Go to the river. You don't even need to go to the beach. You can literally just like go to a river, and if there's like a little sandbar area, you can get a couple, fill up a 2-liter little bottle with some sand. But you can also just buy like some sandbox sand. They usually have it at hardware stores and stuff like that. So sand for kids' sandboxes will be cleaned and sterilized or something supposedly. But there won't be like rocks and twigs and bird poop and stuff in it. So that's good too. And you can actually just mix sand in with your oil paint, and it kind of turns it into cement, which is super cool, especially for backgrounds. It's super thick, and you need to use a lot of paint with it, so you want to use cheap colors like yellow ochre, or something. If you get a big tube of paint, then you can add some color that's not too expensive. I wouldn't want to do it with like cadmiums or something. It'd be kind of sad, the amount of paint you have to put into these into the sand to make it. But it works really well for sure. So if you're just joining us, we're doing a office hours section. Another one of those. If you have any questions about painting, about what I'm doing, about what you're doing, anything pertaining to painting, I've been going about 2 hours. I'm going to give my voice a little bit of a rest there. I'm not used to talking so much. But keeping on as we are. What was I talking about last? Sand? Yeah, sand and oil paints. That works too. Of course, when you're building up like thick impastos, impasto is just a way of talking about really, really thick paint, more or less. So you're just making, thickening up the paint and making some areas thicker, some areas thinner. A really fun thing to do with painting in general, we can often think of painting as pushing and pulling. So when I was studying in Connecticut, I know I always I've studied here and here and here. I was like a nightmare of transfer students. So I transferred like every other year, basically, or every year, pretty much. But in Connecticut, I was a school called the Lime Academy of Fine Arts, and there it was this really traditional way of painting and making paintings. And painting was something that you would think about pushing certain things and pulling certain things. And I think that's a good way to think about painting, because we're using a two-dimensional surface and we're essentially pushing some stuff into the background and we're pulling some stuff into the foreground as well. So we want those things to feel like they're closer, and there's, simple ways of doing this. When stuff gets closer, it's clearer, right? If you look at your finger right in front of your face, the stuff on the wall gets blurry, and that's not to say, we have to think like we're a lens of a camera, because our eyes work differently than a lens of a camera. But there's just basic stuff, atmospheric perspective. As stuff gets farther off into the distance, it gets bluer, it gets mistier, and it gets blurrier. So we can think about pulling stuff, pushing stuff in our paintings. And at the Lime Academy, that's how we'd always think about painting. And with Impasto, when we use thick paint, that's also a really simple way to usually make stuff look like it's coming forward. So oftentimes when you see the closest thing in a painting that has a highlight on it, it'll also literally be thicker as well. So it'll physically make the paint thicker in order to make it feel like it's closer. Now, of course, artists have to just ruin everything, right? And they just do the opposite. So people like Edward Hopper, he would make the background thicker. And sometimes the figures would actually be less thick. So the figures would be closer to us, in space where they would be in the painting itself. But the paintings, the way the actual physical paint that was used to paint that figure was thinner, and the stuff in the background would actually be thicker. And that creates kind of an interesting composition as well, or composition. It creates an interesting tension between that pushing and pulling that we're often finding in paintings. And when we're doing this sort of thing, we want to create paintings that are interesting to people. I think, especially now with contemporary painting and where we're at, and I like a lot of contemporary painters. I should make a whole video of just people I love, because I bash, contemporary art school practices a lot and how art is taught. I think there needs to be an absolute upheaval in the way that we're teaching art, at least in the United States. I don't know how it is everywhere else in the world. But what I was saying was, we want stuff to look interesting. That's the seduction of painting. If you can seduce somebody with beauty, if you can seduce somebody into a painting with how beautiful it looks, or how nice the colors are, harmoniously talking to each other, then maybe they'll listen to what you're talking about or listen to the subject matter of your painting. But oftentimes I think, we're hit over the head with this idea that, the subject is what matters, how it's painted doesn't matter, and it's like, what? It's not just all about the idea. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that we've filled our art schools, in the United States at least, are absolutely filled with people that went to school in the 70s where it was all about conceptualizing and it wasn't about the fundamentals, and they literally don't know how to paint. They're academics, and that's cool. That's good. They can write stuff, they can research stuff. Good. I think that's awesome. I think academia is totally cool. That's a good place to be. But when you get a classroom full of 30, 22-year-olds that want to learn how to make something that's awesome and how to put paint on the canvas, I don't know. I don't know if talking about Deleuze or French philosophy really helps them that much. I think they're actually looking for something different, and that's what I try to do with my students is get to figure out, what do you want to do? I don't care what you want to do. Like, I'm not going to pass judgment on your idea. If you want to make paintings of stock cars racing, I'm totally fine with that. If you want to make paintings about religious themes, I'm totally fine with that. If you want to make paintings about politics, go for it. I don't care. But you got to know how to put the paint onto the canvas, you know? So I think beauty became like this bad thing in art for a long time. I think it's coming back, especially, figurative art. It's certainly coming back with a lot of figurative art. And that trend with figurative art is that people want something that's kind of beautiful on their wall, something that talks to them, actually, speaks to their ideas, how they feel about the world, but also something that's kind of nice. It's like I'm going to totally contradict myself here, but I actually like experimental music. I'm like one of the only people I know that likes experimental weird music. And like I like classical experimental music, like people like you might not know them, but Alfred Schnittke or Yanis Xenakis. These are these composers. They're super weird, and they're just like. And there's Morton Subotnick is this composer who made this album called Silver Apples of the Moon, and it's just all these like synthesizers, and they're like, and it's totally weird. But there's something to be said, I guess, even in that music, because it's about dissonance, right? A lot of this music is about dissonance, and when we think about, Beethoven or Bach or something like this, we're often thinking about harmony and how things sound beautiful together. And then we get to the 1950s, and these German composers and stuff becomes about dissonance, and it doesn't have to necessarily sound beautiful. And that can be interesting in itself. But what I would say with that music is there's still like this physical quality to the music. It's like, it's not bad music, but it's kind of playing with the idea of harmony where it doesn't need to be harmonious, if that makes sense. And it could be similar in painting too, where it's like with painting, we're creating something that we have the ability to use colors in a harmonious manner. We know how to do that. And not everything has to be, banging us over the head with dissonance or with stuff that is fighting each other. But a little bit of tension in the painting can be really nice as well. Like I was saying with that, using thick paint to not display, the stuff that's closest to you in a painting, but using the thick paint to you in the backgrounds of a painting. And when we have those types of tensions in a painting, it just makes it all the more interesting to look at. And that's what that's how we seduce people into looking at stuff. Make it pretty. Step 1, make it pretty. No matter what medium it is. I think that just helps. It's not going to work against you. And if it's not pretty, that doesn't mean you have to make paintings of, kittens and roses necessarily. But you could make a painting of a plastic bag in a sewer, and you could make that look beautiful. And there's all sorts of paintings like this. This is art history too. Rembrandt has these dissection paintings of people He's got all these great meat paintings as well, but they're beautiful paintings. You know, they're like it's a dead cow being butchered, hung upside down and splayed out, but it's still actually a beautiful painting to look at, and that's the zhuzh, as they call it, the zhuzh. That's his thing, you know. It feels like it's his. That makes people want to look at it, and I feel like, yeah, in art school today, we went off the deep end. We went off the deep end of conceptualism, where concept became so important that technique took second place, and I don't think that's a good way to make art, and I don't think it's really respectful to an audience either. You know, ultimately, we are making this stuff for other people. I imagine we are. There is an audience. I don't necessarily think about them when I'm making paintings, but you certainly consider them. Certainly consider them in the creation of the work. Maybe you want to make work that literally converts other people to certain beliefs. You know, that's where we get into almost like propaganda type paintings, but there is that element to artwork as well. I watched this, the flag of North Korea has a paintbrush on it. There's a reason for that, you know. There's a certain creativity and there's a power in painting, and not just in painting, but in communicating messages and how we do it. Here in Czech Republic, of course, there's this long history of social realism, which would be the painting that was allowed under communism. And they would have all sorts of problems with artists under communism as well that would spur great artists, you know, like Miloš Forman, who would go on to make One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest with Jack Nicholson, you know, great film director. He made Man on the Moon as well, with Jim Carrey film. So sometimes, you know, these restrictions created great artists. Václav Havel, who was the president, he became the president of Czech Republic after the revolution here in 1989, but he was a playwright, and he was writing plays that were critical of the regime, the communist regime here. And he was writing these plays, and they literally told him to get lost, and they forced him to go to this factory, I guess you'd call it. They put him in this factory like far away from Prague, so he's in this tiny little town with not a lot of cultural things happening in that town, and they made him carry around sacks of barley, you know, for like beer making and stuff like this. So he's doing manual labor. They're like, "Oh, you want to be an artist? You want to criticize us? Okay, have fun packaging sardines for the next 10 years." You know, so that's how it was. And that's one thing that's so awesome about the Velvet Revolution, which happened in the former Czechoslovakia, which we're now, you know, Czech Republic and Slovakia are now two separate countries. But one thing that's so amazing about all that is that they actually used the theaters here in Prague as meeting places during the revolution here. And they called a general strike, and that means everyone stops working, everybody. And it didn't take long. Everyone stops working, that regime not going to last long. When everybody stops losing money, yeah, those at the top were not too impressed. So they all got out of town pretty quickly. But Havel, rose to become the person who, he was a playwright. He, gets this crappy job hauling around sacks of barley, and he later goes on to become the president of the country. And everybody loves him still. He's just an incredible person. It's an incredible story. All the world leaders, came here for his funeral, which happened just blocks from where I am. And Lou Reed played Perfect Day at his funeral, which happened in the Prague Castle here. And George Bush was there, Bill Clinton was there. I'm sure there was serious security going on at that event, because there was, world leaders from all over came here, because it was just kind of a miracle that this country elected an artist, and he didn't become terrible. He never became terrible. I had the luck of actually seeing him in real life at a protest there's this thing called Czech Tech, which is this like techno party, which happened in Czech Republic, and it was this big free techno party. So you imagine something like Burning Man or something like that. I don't know, and but this is all for free, and I don't think this really exists much anymore anywhere in the world. And this was a big free party out in a field, and the police one year, for some stupid reason, the police decided to like be really aggressive and arrest all these people, and they brought a tank. It's like, you brought a tank? What are you gonna do with a tank at like a techno party with a bunch of hippies and weird people dancing in a field? And so there was a big protest after they like beat up all these people that were dancing and stuff. And Václav Havel came to the protest, and everybody there. You imagine these are like, punks. There's like flatbed trailers with speakers on them and loud techno music and stuff like this blaring. And Václav Havel just walked right through. I mean, he had big bodyguards, but he just walked right through everybody. Everyone was yelling like, "Thank you, thank you," in Czech, "Díky, díky, děkuji." And it was just amazing. I got a picture of him. And my friend, he got to take his portrait because his parents were in the theater here. And they were friends with him because his parents were like directors in a theater, and Havel was a playwright, so he worked with a lot of the people here too in the theaters. And he took his portrait, and he said like when he shook his hand, he had these like such soft hands. He's like, I remember his hands were so soft. And I always thought that was just like, oh man, of course Havel's hands are soft, and he's a nice guy. He would take the tram. He's a president of the country. Guy would get on the tram. He'd go to the pub and have a beer. Get on the tram. Everybody loves him. Everybody loves him still. Just an incredible person. But I mean, that goes to speak. Frank Zappa, I think he gave Frank Zappa became the minister of culture for Czech Republic, and what an awesome time, What an amazing time to live through. And I came here later, I came after the revolution, of course. I wouldn't have been allowed here before. But there was all sorts of, attempts to keep making art regardless, even under those circumstances and with that regime. There was a process of making books. It was called samizdat, which basically just means self-published. Sama means like self. And samizdat was just basically these self-published works, because a lot of books would be too expensive, but there was tons of books which were just straight up not allowed as well. So there was tons of books which you literally could not have, and a lot of them were pretty simple books. I mean, they weren't like anti-communist books or anything. It would just be something like William Faulkner or, James Joyce. When I first moved here, I lived with an old man in his apartment. He's probably late 60s or so, and he had this awesome library full of all these old samizdat publications, all these old books, and they were all made on Xerox machines or copy machines, so they'd print them out, they'd staple them themselves. Same with movies and stuff like this. There was always this underground market for Iron Maiden tapes or AC/DC tapes or Led Zeppelin, or you can imagine because you didn't have access to it. You couldn't get blue jeans. Levi's would be worth, hundreds of dollars or something like that. And there was actually a store here called Tuzek's, and it was a store where you could buy, stuff from the West, more or less. And you couldn't even use money. So they had their own money. They were called bonies. And there's a movie called Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie, B-O-N-Y, and Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde, all about this. And so you could like get bonies, which is like a different type of currency, to buy like stuff from the West, because like you couldn't use a dollar. I don't know if it was like, something like with Cuban cigars or something where you like not allowed to use American money to like buy a Cuban cigar or something. But yeah, they like had their own money in order to buy this stuff, because you couldn't like literally even use the local currency to buy a pair of blue jeans. My wife's grandfather got arrested for selling cameras, because he'd go to Germany and he'd buy like 3 or 4 different, Canon, like, they're back then they're like a SLR camera, but he'd get like 3 nice Canon cameras, save up all his money forever, and then he'd buy 3 Canon cameras, put them in his car, sneak them back into the country, and then resell them in the country. And yeah, he got arrested for that and got put in jail for selling cameras. Like, what? Come on now. But yeah, that's where we're at. But somehow art still finds a way. It always finds a way. Can't stop it. It's too powerful. And especially in a time where like art is not, I got on this kind of from social realism, I guess, where it's like that's the state sanctioned art, and the state kind of goes towards wanting social realistic paintings for some reason. And what I mean by that, you can Google out social realism if you want to look at the different types of paintings that they would create. But essentially, what they were was paintings of people in scenes that would kind of rise up the status of the proletariat, or the working class people in a field, or the mom carrying, whatever, bunch of wood for her kid or something like that, for a fire, And that's kind of what the state was like, this is the type of art you make. And some artists just went with it. There's tons of artists that nobody knows about that made a lot of money, whatever that means back then. But yeah, they were successful just making these statues of Lenin or Stalin, or, making the art that they were supposed to make. And they'd have actual censors of sorts. They'd have actual government officials who would come around and make sure you're making the right thing. So yeah, that would be not exactly the situation where we're in now, where we can pretty much make anything we want. We have total free reign. We can make any painting about anything we want in the world, pretty much. In most of the world. I'm sure there's a big chunk of the world where you got to still be really careful if you're criticizing those in power. But for a lot of us, we live in this world where we can make absolutely anything, and that's awesome. That's so cool. At the same time, not having any restrictions can sometimes make people like pigeons, and I don't know if this is true, but it's like I've heard that if you throw out too much pigeon food, that the pigeons won't eat it. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's basically like there's too much, so they just like fly away. Whereas you just throw out a little bit and they're all like fighting for it, and they're like, I got a lot of food. But if there's too much, they just kind of fly away. So it's like if you have too much free reign, maybe sometimes that can create a situation where you're actually less creative. So like before when I was talking about how every painting is essentially a recipe, paintings are recipes for creating something, then we can also think about, how are we making this painting? Do we need to approach it in a totally free-form way? Or would it actually be better if we had sort of, a system to creating it, like a haiku poem, when we're like bound by some sort of haiku or something like this. We're stuck in this structure where it's 7 syllables, 5 syllables, 7 syllables again. And those types of structures can actually make things more and more creative as well. Mike's asking, why don't I paint realism? I actually do. I make other paintings that I do paint realism stuff as well. Yeah, I think it's good to do it. And I think it's important to bust out those fundamentals as well. And realism is a good approach to doing that too. I have no problem with it. I think a lot of the contemporary painters I like a ton of contemporary painters that paint naturalistically or realistically. Hollis Dunlap would be one. Lola Gill would be another one. There's a lot of people. I mean, Lola Gill is not like totally realistic, I guess. Her stuff's kind of dreamy, but it's rendered. I guess it's really highly rendered. So I like realism too. This painting's more about exploding avatars and blobs and these sort of things as well. So I'm more pushed into a different place with my mark making in this particular painting here. But yeah, I think a lot can be said for realism, and just looking at the world is an important process to go through as any artist, where if you're not sure what to paint, you can just look at the world in front of you and paint that. And that's the simplest answer to that question when people are like asking, how do I figure out what to paint? I get that all the time from students. It's like, I just don't know what to paint. I want to get better, but I'm not sure what to paint. And yeah, just look at the world in front of you. There's tons of problems to solve. And realism is all about that too, problem solving. But yeah, in my worky work, yeah, I like to blend more surrealistic elements into my painting as well. I've been through the ringer. I like painting a lot of different ways. I guess the only thing I don't do is pure abstraction. I haven't made a purely abstract painting for a long time. I can't even think of the last abstract work that I made. Yeah, I don't even know. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't think I've made any abstract paintings in probably decades that are only supposed to be abstract. That was the problem with a lot of the abstract expressionists as well, going back to them. We look at the 1950s, and there's a reason why abstract painting comes up in the 1950s, because it's not realism, and the world was in a place where we didn't need it to be realistic. But if you look at a painter like Otto Dix, for instance, look at Otto Dix. I should do a video just on Otto Dix. But look at, Chuck Close as well. Chuck Close is, he's great. I love him. People don't know how big his paintings are. But, yeah, with Otto Dix, he's somebody who's really interesting to look at because he went through the war. So before he went to the war, he was a landscape painter. And he just painted, these kind of nice, fluffy landscapes and stuff like that. And then after he went to the war, and I don't think he was like in combat. They like gave him a job like looking at maps and like drawing maps or something, because he was probably like this artist, and they're like, okay, this guy's not going to be a soldier. We'll have him like, work with the maps. But you look at him after the war, and his stuff's realism as well, but it's like realism in war. And so that becomes, I think, important in that way, where it's all about looking and war and this sort of stuff too. Chuck Close, with his paintings and his drawings, those things are huge. And I was talking about this the other day as well, but, one of the simplest tricks that you can use if you want to paint something realistically is just to paint it big. And Chuck Close's portraits, those are 7-8 feet tall. And it's amazing what you can do just with graphite, pencils, or, oil paint, and how realistic you can get just with those things, when you blow something up that size and, you look at it in a book, it's going to look even better. When you see it in real life, you're kind of like, oh, okay, I can see how that's possible. I can see how that's painted. Richard Estes is another really good hyper-realist painter. I've seen some of his works in person as well. And they're giant, but you like look at them in books, and they seem like hyper-realistic, like impossible to paint. But you see them in real life, and you're like, oh, okay, this is still pretty abstract. These shapes are, he's painting like a shiny window or something like that. And when you see it in a book, it's like, wow, look at all those reflections. That looks amazing. But then when you see it in real life, it's like, oh, okay, this is like an abstract, this is a rectangle with a little squiggly white line through it and this sort of stuff. But yeah, Richard Estes, he's one I like to go to a lot. I just like his paintings a lot. Estes. But there's a lot of, realism's coming back strong because people love it. And we're in the age of Instagram. And I don't blame them for liking it. I like it too. I think one of my favorite painters now is a woman named Danica Lundy. Lundy is her last name, Danica. And, she's certainly not realistic, but she's a figurative representational painter. And just the way she makes form, it just feels so 3D-ish and so nice. But yeah, check out her paintings as well. Be a good person to check out too. Marcelo, thank you. Appreciate it. We're chugging along. We're doing the thing. Chugging along here. They got this stoned ape, I guess we can call it. It's a theory that humans had this expansion of consciousness from eating mushrooms, more or less. And this created a lot of the early religions and stuff like that. It's a theory. It's not based in any sort of scientific fact or anything like that. It comes from Terence McKenna in his book called Food of the Gods. But it's fun to sometimes make paintings just purely based on somebody else's story and somebody else's, lyrics. I think a lot of times artists are looking at lyrics, song lyrics, and these sort of things now when they're creating work too. And oftentimes we're really scared to create works that are based on somebody else because we're in the age where everything is supposed to be original. Everything's supposed to be out of my head completely. Can't be based on anything else. But when we dig into it a little bit, we start realizing that what we're painting is, the subject of paintings is probably something somebody else has done. And that doesn't mean to be like, oh, everything's been done. I can't do anything new. Because that's a cop-out, to act like that. Like, yeah, maybe a lot of people have done different themes and stuff like that, but you're still you, and you can still see the world through your own vision as well. So I don't really like that in certain ways. But in that same breath, when we're looking at older themes, like let's say you want to paint like a biblical theme. Let's go to the biggest one. Let's go to the biggest theme in oil painting, the crucifixion, right? Everybody's done a crucifixion. Salvador Dali's done a crucifixion. Grunewald's done a crucifixion. Albrecht Dürer did a crucifixion. We have all these different crucifixions throughout all of time, and that might be it might even be too common of a theme. It might be almost, I don't know, what would a new crucifixion look like? And I'd be interested in seeing it. Maybe people, I don't even know. I haven't seen a new crucifixion painting. Somebody should do it. But we can go to these big themes. St. George and the Dragon. That's nice. Repaint that. And, we have all these different themes, but we could do contemporary themes too about painting. Could be about isolation, or it could be about animals. It could be about polar bears on icebergs, or, contemporary events or something. We can go to these big themes first. I think oftentimes when we're making paintings, everybody thinks like it's got to be super smart because we live in this environment where we're supposed to be academics, or painters are supposed to be academics and this sort of stuff. But they can also just continue on the tradition of painting. It's a really human, natural thing to do, to make paintings. I think it's as human as it can get. When we figured out that we could make a mark on the wall with a stone, just we're going totally rudimentary mark making, taking a rock, scratching a wall with it. Ooh, that's nice. I'll make a circle. Oh, it looks like the sun. Okay, I'll put some legs on that circle. Oh, that's a buffalo now. And we think about what are the first things that people want to start drawing? Animals and sun, stars, gods, these sorts of things. There's this natural thing inside of us that makes us want to create and leave our mark on the world, so to speak. And that just comes through painting. It's a natural thing. So I think approaching it in that manner is super important, to just approach it really openly, know that mistakes are a possibility, and know that you're part of a tradition and that you're just doing a human thing. It's just a human thing to make marks on a surface and record your history, or record the history of your culture or people or whatever you want to call it. It's been happening for a really, really long time. And going back to the face painting stuff, 700,000 years, possibly 700,000 years old, that we're putting paint on our faces. Why? Our face isn't good enough? We got to look like a bird? Yep. So early on, I think it's probably something about how we perceive the world. And obviously, the people making cave paintings, they didn't make a lot of paintings of chipmunks. You don't see a lot of cave paintings of chipmunks and a squirrel. They were these animals which were super important in their lives, and they also took on this archetypical approach, archetypal, I guess that's what you call it, archetypal. They're archetypes. So an eagle represents more than just the bird that they saw when they're walking around hunting. Eagle represents something else. I don't know what it would represent to those people, but I'm sure that it represented more than, oh, I saw this bird the other day, I'm going to draw it. And so that's what art, at least to me, that's what art is actually all about, is exercising those demons of, not demons, but what's inside of us. How do we connect it? How do we leave our mark for future generations? And painting lasts forever. That's one thing when you think about digital media. Digital media is great. It's probably, we're probably not going to have, it's probably not going away anytime soon. I guess we could say that. But it is very temporary. Digital media seems a lot more temporary. I can pull up a tab of a picture of a lion, and I just close the tab, and then it's kind of gone. And that's the thing we like about it. It's nice and it's eco-friendly in some ways. But a painting really sticks around for a long time, and people really want to take care of paintings too, where it's something that they just last. Even if it's a painting from somebody who's not a very serious painter, like a hobby painter on the weekend, and you see a painting at a thrift store or something like that, those paintings didn't go in the garbage. That painting of a mountain, kind of Bob Ross mountain with some trees or whatever, people still, they don't just throw it away. They're like, oh, this is a painting. And those paintings kind of last. And that's one reason. It's like, if you like painting, which you probably do if you're subscribed to my channel or watching me paint, it's a good thing to think about, is you're making something that probably people will take care of, believe it or not. A lot of these things will not end up in the garbage. People will take care of them, even if they're horrible. And that says something about how we think about painting. Now, you can contrast that to something like music where, a lot of people play guitar. For instance, I play guitar badly, but I play guitar. I'm not expecting to go play with the, symphony. I don't think there's a guitar section, but, I'm not expecting to be an important classical musician that people come to listen to, right? I just want to play a guitar and I'm exploring it, and it's kind of like a hobby and it's fun to do. And that's cool. But when I stop playing the guitar, I'm not really leaving anything. I suppose I could leave like a physical CD maybe, or a USB drive with some files on it of some songs that I played and sang or something. I don't know. But it's kind of ethereal, whereas painting is an object. It's an actual thing that exists in space, and it's not going anywhere, and people are going to take care of it, and it's going to last for generations. It also has this, weird connotation of being worth money too, which is kind of odd as well. So rich people can do weird stuff with it. I think that's the easiest way to say it. Rich people do weird stuff with paintings. But it's worth money. Bobby Boldy's asking, when it comes to longevity of paintings, what do you think about acrylics over oils when it comes to centuries? Okay. I don't know. But acrylics are plastic, essentially. So I think they're going to last a super long time. I imagine they're ridiculously archival. We're talking hundreds of years. The main thing you're going to have to worry about, I would say, is what it's on. And there are actually some restorers, some art restorers out there. I don't know what painting it was, but I remember reading a couple years ago, about some art restorers who literally took a painting off the canvas. I know that sounds insane, but they took the paint off of the canvas, okay, and they put it on another canvas. So the canvas didn't last as long as the actual paint itself. But yeah, we've got, the Lascaux Caves. That's just chewed up ochre. These types of colors, they just chew it up, spit it out of their mouth onto the wall, and that's 35,000 years old. So it lasted pretty long. Oil paints are gonna they can attack the surface they're on. That's one thing that commonly happens. That's why we use gesso. And gesso basically becomes something that protects what we're painting on from oil paint, because oil paint will deteriorate these surfaces. So if I painted directly onto canvas with no gesso, the oil paint would eventually eat that canvas, so to speak. So that would decrease the longevity of it. But basic, oil paint, if you got people to take care of it and they really care about it, it's going to last a ridiculously long time. It's really simple stuff. It's oil, which has been around forever. I talked about yesterday as well, simple way to make oil. I'll go over it really quick. Imagine you got walnuts, right? Take walnuts, crush them up, put them in a plastic bag, crush them up in a plastic bag, get some mush, put them in an oven, heat them up. You could do this back in the day, over a fire or something like that. Heat them up. That gets some of the oils out of that walnut. And then you put that mush in some water, and that oil will rise to the top. So you've got that oil on top, and then you can just take a little bit of that oil off the top with a smaller container or something like that. So these types of mediums are actually super old. They're really, really easy to make. Not that you're going to get a lot of oil from walnuts or something like that. But yeah. That's a really simple medium, and it just lasts forever. I don't know, thousands of years. In the case of the cave paintings, these aren't oil paintings. That was spit and in pigment in the cave paintings. But yeah, we're talking 35,000 years for spit and pigment. So that lasted a pretty long time. Oils have shown to be unbelievably archival. If we're looking at Jan van Eyck, we're talking about 600 years old now, and there's some. It needs some restoration. It needs help, but yeah, it looks good still. Iljin asking, is oil painting mainly surreal oil painting is a good source of income for students? What do you think? Can you make money painting? More or less. Yes, you can. You have to figure out. So there's a big question. Let's see. I'll go down this path. So the way people make money with paintings is weird because there's all these different markets. So a lot of times there's the fancy model is to get represented by a big fancy gallery, and then that gallery works with you for years and years and years, and they slowly raise the cost of your paintings based on people that buy your stuff. And if you can show that you consistently sell paintings for $1,200, then you raise your price a little bit every year. If whatever, $12,000, $1,200, $200, these galleries will slowly raise the price of your work. They also take 50%. Okay. In terms of, trying to make paintings where you're not represented by a gallery, you're going to want to create your own you got to find collectors, right? So when you think about what does a gallery have? What does a gallery actually have that I don't? They have collectors. They have people who know them. They have people who trust the gallery itself. So they have all these things that other people just don't have. They have access to these people. So if you can find access to those people, access to an audience, then go for it. I would start super small in your community itself. I think people tend to think too big too quickly. So they tend to get into thinking like, oh, I'm going to, make paintings. I'm going to put them on the internet. I'm going to put them on Etsy. And you're going to be drowned out in a sea of other paintings like that. So when you look at how galleries work, galleries are actually pretty, we're outside the ridiculously super powerful big fancy galleries. But most galleries actually operate on a pretty local basis, even pretty big commercial galleries. So when you look at, like in Denver, where I used to live, there's a gallery called Robuchon. And they're great people, by the way. Always really nice, down-to-earth people, surprisingly, for being such a big, fancy contemporary gallery. But Robuchon, for instance, they're a big gallery that sells very expensive works from famous artists, from contemporary famous artists. Now, you'd think, like, are they selling on the internet? Probably, but they're also selling to their local collector base in that community. So thinking about that is going to be super important for you if you want to make money doing it. Gotta sneeze. Na zdraví. So the worst thing is like a half sneeze when you're like, I gotta sneeze, gotta do it. I used to date this girl, and when she'd start to look like she was about to sneeze, I'd be like, don't do it, don't sneeze. And she's like, that's the worst thing you could ever say to somebody. Don't let them sneeze. Anyway, getting back on track. That's how it works. Is collectors are the ones that make art selling possible. So if you can go directly to those people, and it could literally be in a furniture store. It could be in a coffee shop. It could be where are you going to find those people in your local community? Right, so you're saying like you feel like you're pretty confident in how you're painting, but the time it would take to make that painting would take a lot of time, and you're kind of thinking, is the reward, is the payment worth it, right? Well, you can think of a lot of artists do the hourly thing, and I previously was talking about that it's not a good mindset, I don't think, to be in, is to be in this mindset where you're like, I need to get paid by the hour, right? And I think like that. I still think like that. I was working selling popcorn in a movie theater when I was 14 years old, and I had a lot of different crappy jobs. I liked selling popcorn, but yeah, I had a lot of different crappy jobs, and they're all hourly based. And I think a lot of people that had to do those jobs, they still think like, okay, I'm getting paid by the hour, so I work 15 hours on this painting. You know, is it really worth whatever $1,000? So that would make me getting paid what, $60 an hour or something, $70 an hour. But then you got to think the gallery takes half, and then you got expenses and materials and these sort of things. So maybe you end up with $400 out of that. The money goes quick when you sell through a gallery. I'm represented by a gallery. I'm represented by Giampietro Gallery in New Haven, Connecticut. So they take 50% of everything I sell. And yeah, that cuts out a big chunk when you look at it and you see a painting. Oh, that's $2,000. What? When it's like, well, it's $2,000. The gallery takes half. That's $1,000. I got to pay taxes. That's $750. I have $100 worth of materials in it, so it's $650. You know, all of a sudden that $2,000, I get $650. So you think like that's why paintings get really expensive really quick. But yeah, trial and error is the way to go. I'm reading your questions right now. I'm painting for 2 years, but I am planning to make an income from it. I'm searching for being a professional. By the way, I'm a linguistic undergraduate currently. By the way, thank you for all the recommendations. Yeah. So you want to make painting something that you do for a main income. The most important thing to do is get inventory. Think of yourself literally as a business. And what do businesses have? They have inventory. Now, when I got represented, I literally had somebody come into my studio. There's this thing called a studio visit. And what that is when you find somebody, generally from your local community. I have no idea where you're at, but you find somebody in your community that sells paintings, or you find an artist that might have a connection to somebody who sells paintings, and you ask them for what's called a studio visit. You bring that person into your studio, and hopefully you got a bunch of paintings in that studio. The way it worked for me was I brought this gallerist into my studio, and he was representing my wife because my wife's a painter as well. So I wasn't even supposed to be the the focus of what was happening, right? And so he came into my studio, and he looked at my work, and he was kind of like, "Oh, all right. Wow, there's a lot of these." That was like one of the first things that he said. Wow, there's a lot of these. And that was kind of like, whoa, what's that mean? Is there too many? Maybe I should have sold more. But he looked at him, and then he thought, like, okay, I can do something with these. I still remember those words. He's like, I can do something with these. And I was like, what's that mean? What's that mean? You can do something with these. And he saw it as a way of, like, there's a lot of paintings here, and I could kind of sell your work over a series of years and kind of raise your price over the series of years, over the span of years. And so the first thing when I hear this question, because I have heard this question before. So you're in Turkey, okay? Like I've heard this question come up before. I don't know anything about what's going on there, but I imagine you find the people that can connect you to collectors. That's the most important thing. With the current situation, it's tougher. People have also done fun ways of kind of reaching out to collectors and, you know, finding people to actually buy your work. One really simple way that people have done throughout the years is by having these pop-ups. And basically what a pop-up is it's just like a gallery for a day, I guess we could call it. So people will sometimes have pop-ups in shops that are currently empty. So one really simple way of doing that would be to like walk around where you live, and maybe there's a shop which is closed. You find out who owns that thing, who's the landlord of that space. And then what you do is you tell the landlord, you say, hey, I've got a bunch of paintings. I see you're not making, well, you don't say, I see you're not making any money on this space, but you say, I got a bunch of paintings. I'd like to have an art opening in your space because it's empty, and maybe that'll bring some interest to potential people that want to rent your space. That's how you pitch it. You're helping them. Anytime you talk to anybody, you're always helping them. Okay? Don't go in this thinking like, oh, you got to help me. No, you're helping them. You know more than them. Go in with that mindset. Don't go in with the mindset, oh, I'm scared. There's this big gallerist, and is he going to like me? Oh, I don't know. No, you're there. You got the work. You're helping them. You're making them money, okay? So the first thing to always think about when you're going in these situations, you're the one helping that person out. They're not helping you, okay? So go in with that sort of mindset. Act like you're going to help them out, and that'll kind of trick their thinking a little bit into, instead of this person, oh, can I use your space? No, you're coming and you want to help them find potential renters for their space and bring attention to their space that nobody's in it. And that's one way. That's how pop-up shows work. You find that empty space, you find the landlord, and you set up a show in it. Another way is find a place where there is a lot of foot traffic. So this could literally be like a coffee shop. I've had shows in coffee shops early on. I had shows in coffee shops. I had a show in what's called Jazzercise. It's like an aerobics studio. And it just wasn't being used. Like the woman that ran it, she did classes during the day. It was this huge space. It was totally empty because she was like teaching aerobics and yoga and stuff there. So it was otherwise totally empty at night, every single night. And I just asked her, like, can I have an art show here? And she's like, yeah, of course. And so that worked out. But in terms of like making consistent income, that's the one thing that's tough is consistent income from it, right? And if you want to get income consistently, you're going to want to have people coming back again and again and again for your work. And that is about making a collector base. It's the exact same thing that galleries do. Galleries create that collector base and they keep tabs on everybody. The simplest thing is, keeping emails of every single person, but these galleries will have actual contact information for every single person. And so when there's a new painting that comes in, they might know who already wants to buy that painting, right? Yeah. Yo, you're welcome for all the recommendations. You're saying that oil paintings are generally really expensive and stuff like that. Sure, you can sell them for a ridiculous amount of money. But you got to find the right person. And the thing is with a gallery, okay, I'll break stuff down for you a little bit here. Now, everybody thinks galleries are smart, right? Everybody thinks curators are smart. Everybody thinks, oh, they know what's up. And in reality, oftentimes artists know more about art history. They know more about painting. They know about their own ideas. They know more than these gallerists and these curators and these people. That's my view. Artists tend to know more than curators. Sorry, curators. They're not watching anyway. So again, this kind of goes back to thinking about how can I help you, right? Go into that situation. If you're trying to create a collector base of people to buy your work, you're literally working with individuals. That's the most important thing to think of. You're dealing with a customer, a person that wants to buy something. What a gallery does is they kind of put a stamp that something is official, that something is accepted, right? So that's why certain galleries might have work that you think looks ridiculous and looks stupid, but it sells for $15,000. that has to do with that person's reputation. And that gallery, believe it or not, a lot of people like to think, art is a scam and it's a ripoff and, all this sort of stuff. But when you think about it, it takes a long time for these artists to make their works and get well known. Okay, they didn't just make that one splash painting. That's not the only splash painting, where they just dump colors on the canvas or something like that. There's a whole history of this stuff because collectors aren't going to buy it if it's just one painting. Nobody cares, right? So that goes back to having an inventory of work as well, where it's like if you have a ton of work, it shows that you're committed to this idea. And when you're committed to that certain idea, you get synonymous with that sort of work, and that's going to raise your price because you're known as the person that paints paintings of this, right? And again, that can be a bit of a prison at certain times as well, where it's like certain artists just make the same thing over and over and over and over again. But so hopefully you find your own signature and you find your own painting moves that kind of exemplify the way that you want to approach painting and the way that you want to make paintings as well. So it's something you enjoy doing. I imagine you want to make paintings that you enjoy making, right? You don't want to make paintings that are boring and you don't like. That's probably not going to be a lot of fun. You might as well, be putting rivets on a car in the auto factory or something like that. Not that that's a bad job, but you know what I'm saying? It's like you're just pushing them out like you're a factory worker at that point. So you want to find that balance of listening to an audience or connecting to an audience, I should say. Because a lot of times I think artists can also get too stuck in their own heads where they start thinking like, I'm the best person ever and nobody understands it. It's like, if nobody understands it, are you really the best artist ever? Because art is still communication at some point. So this is when we start talking about like, is art all subjective? Sometimes people say art is totally subjective and, one person likes this and another person likes this. It's like, no, we kind of have collective ideas of what's good, and certain people rise to the top for a reason. If there is no joy, then there is something you are doing wrong. Yeah, I agree. I think you gotta have joy in the painting, and hopefully it comes through in that painting as well. That joy in just creating that work. I imagine it has to come through in order to connect with other people. We always I always go back to music, but can you imagine, going to a concert where people have no joy in what they're playing? Like, how boring of a concert would that be if nobody actually enjoyed playing their instrument? That'd be the most boring concert ever. So, yeah, you gotta have joy. You gotta love what you're doing. That just helps no matter what you're doing. You could be changing tires for a living. But yeah, I guess we don't have the touch. The touch with painting. There's a thing with painting, it's made by a person's hand. We live in the age of mechanical reproduction where things are reproduced hundreds and hundreds and thousands of times. But painting is direct. We know it's original. That's one thing we love about it, is the fact that it is absolutely original and it's from that artist's hand, just like their signature. It's like, would you want Michael Jordan's signature if it was made by a robot? Exactly like his signature? No. You want Michael Jordan's signature because it's Michael Jordan's signature, Don't worry about your English. It's great. Don't worry about it. It's totally great. I speak 2 languages as well, so I know what it's like. But yeah, you want that. I've heard it before where they said to somebody, this is Ernest Hemingway's pen. And they showed it to people, and they're like, do you want to write your name? Do you want to sign your name with Ernest Hemingway's pen? And all these people were like, yes, I would love to. And they took Ernest Hemingway's pen and put it in their hand, and they, did their signature with that pen, and they felt good. They're like, wow, I made a mark with the same pen that Ernest Hemingway had. And they asked those same people, and they said, okay, this is Jeffrey Dahmer, who is a serial killer, by the way. And they said, this is Jeffrey Dahmer's sweater. Do you want to put it on? And those same people were like, no, I do not want to wear Jeffrey Dahmer's sweater. So we think about it, and it's like, why do we put this, just as humans, we kind of put this magic into items. So it's like, this wasn't Ernest Hemingway's pen or Jeffrey Dahmer's sweater, by the way. It was just a test that they did. But we put this sort of magic into these objects where it's like, oh, we have Ernest Hemingway's pen. That feels nice in our hands. Wow, I get to make a mark with that. And that's what painting kind of embeds, these same sort of ideas as well into it, where it's like, that's the mark made by that artist, and we can really see it. That's what we love about painting. It's the immediacy of the paint itself. We're making a mark, we're moving the color in real time right in front of us. We can grab that yellow, we can grab that red, we can grab that blue, we can grab whatever, and we can move it immediately on the canvas. It's more immediate than digital painting. It's actually more immediate. I think the colors are actually better. I've gotten this argument before where people are like, no, it's impossible. A digital screen has 7 million, 5 million colors, and it's like, what? Paintings look better. Every painting I've ever seen in real life looked better than it did on a screen. Every single time the color looked better. You go through a camera, you go through a lens, you got a chip in the camera that's reading the colors and changing them in certain ways, and then you put them into online, and you're looking at them on a certain browser, and your computer's got their own settings for brightness and color and all this sort of stuff. You want to see it in real life, and the real colors that we see in real paintings actually are more vibrant and is a more direct way to actually deal with light and shadow in the real world is with paint. That's why we paint. That's why paint is such a great medium itself, is it's still really good in real life. When you view it in real life, it's still an amazing way to look at the real world in real life. Yeah, thank you for summarizing everything, Iljan. I think you did a great job. Originality is important for sure. What I would call it is more of that like signature. Find your signature, and so people see it and they're like, oh, that's Iljan. Hope I'm saying your name right. I think it's Il. Inan. It's a nice last name. But yeah, solving the painting puzzle, and if you can find people that want to buy art directly, you can bypass stuff and make more money. Ilkin. Okay. But yeah, you can make more money if you go directly to buyers. And so galleries hate when artists sell stuff on Instagram, for instance. Gallerists, this really annoys them because people will contact artists on Instagram that are represented. I'm represented, and people will still contact me and say, I want to buy a painting. And you got to go through the gallery, and it's kind of like I've been giving some leeway during this current situation. Thankfully, I'm with a good gallery, and I'm friends with my gallerist. I want to make him money because when I make him money, when I sell paintings, that motivates him to sell more paintings because he's making money off me, so I want him to sell more paintings. I want him to make money. But during, the current situation we're all living in right now, no need to speak of the elephant in the room, but this current situation we're all living in now, he was kind enough to just say, I won't take any commission on any of your work. So he's selling all my work with no commission and giving me 100% right now, which is not common. Most gallerists would never do that in a million years. But yeah, find the buyers. Find the buyers. That could be through a gallery. If you already have buyers and then you contact a gallery, galleries will be more interested for sure because you've already got people buying your paintings. You know, you got to think like a gallery. Galleries are composed of galleries are run by curators who think they have really good taste. So you got to think of that first. They think they have really good taste and they think they're really good at curating, which means picking out what's cool, more or less, right? And so they think that they have good taste, and when they're reaffirmed by the outside world, when they're reaffirmed by a buyer who looks at that painting and they basically say, "Oh, yeah, that is true. He does have really good taste," and they get real money for that. That makes them want to sell more and more of that stuff because they've been reaffirmed in their good taste, right? So think of it like that. A gallery wants to take you on, and if you're already selling work, that makes them annoyed. Okay, so if you're with another gallery and you're making money, that makes them annoyed that they're not making money off of your paintings. And so again, go in with that mindset. You're helping them. They're not helping you. You're helping them, and it'll certainly help you out in negotiating your way through that world itself. Bobby Boldy's coming up with agreed on the color of the paints looking better. Old screens come close though. Yeah, sure they do. They're getting better. And like I was saying, I don't know if you were here when I was talking about the simulation theory. I went off the deep end, talking about simulation theory for a little bit about are we living in a simulation of reality? But yeah, it's getting close. It's getting close. One thing I think that's really interesting when I have students often who they just want to do a portrait. We have like a self-portrait project, and I teach about form lighting, you know, how to light your face properly and this sort of stuff. And then they have to take a photo of themselves and make a painting on it with the mirror. So they have a photo, they have a mirror, and they have to paint it so they can look at themselves in real time, but they can also light themselves because we're in a classroom. We have, you know, bright overhead lights. If we're all looking in mirrors, we're going to look terrible because there's this terrible light illuminating everything, you know? But so it's like when we have all these crappy lighting, we have to think about that. But on their phones themselves, they often think like, oh, and I'm like, I don't know about your nose, you know? I don't know about your nose. I'm not really believing your nose. And they'll pull out their phone and they'll zoom into the picture on their phone and they'll be like, yo, see this shadow looks like this. And they'll show me on their phone. And I'm like, that's the camera on your phone. That's not you looking in reality. You know, that's how your camera saw you. And literally, your camera has certain settings. First of all, iPhones and these sort of things, they literally make you look prettier, as we all know. You know, you can turn up the beautification down and this sort of stuff. But they're literally changing your face and they're changing reality to look a certain way. So oftentimes when we're looking at the real world, it's actually more accurate. Our eye is way more accurate than our phone. Our eye is way more accurate than any camera available today. They're good. I'm not saying they're not good. They're not close. Our eye is still better. You know? And so when we're looking at these things, don't rely too much on your phone or what the lens on your phone has thought this world looks like. It's good. It's a good sketch. But don't be afraid. You're making a painting. If you want to make a photo, take a photo. You're making a painting. So use painterly approaches to take that and make that painting itself. I think we might be in a simulation. I was talking about it. Yeah, sure. I have watched Westworld. I think it's awesome. I watched the original film as well from the 1960s. That's good stuff. It's good fun stuff. The original robot, R-O-B-O-T. Well, that's how you spell it. We all know that. But robot is actually a Czech word, and it comes from this this play that Karl Čapek wrote called Rusum's Universalni Roboti. And it was Rusomovi Universalni Roboti. And basically that means Rossum's Universal Robots. And it's actually really cool play, which is also about robots that look like people. And that's where we get the word robot from, is from Karl Čapek's play called RUR, Rusum's Universal Robots. And in that, the robots that are present in that play are actually like blobs. Like there's a scientist that finds this type of substance, more or less, that can make virtual humans more like the Stepford Wives. Then something like, Westworld, where like in Westworld they still feel kind of like robots. Like if you break them, there's like mechanical elements and stuff like that inside, right? So in Čapek's book or Čapek's play, they're like actual humans. And I like that approach too, to think about, when we first started talking about robots, they were actual biological entities. They weren't, made out of mechanics and stuff like this. So I think that's super cool. But yeah, Westworld's awesome. Westworld's super cool. Yeah, that's in Czech. What I was speaking was Czech. And I like, the whole concept of the cyborg, I think, is awesome. And in and of itself, a lot of my paintings, if you head over to my Instagram account, you'll see a lot of these paintings that are about these same sort of ideas as well. I like the ideas of the virtual world intersecting and kind of juxtaposing with the real world as well. So yeah. Yeah, like mirrors and selfie cameras, all these sort of things. I know there's one app that actually tries to fix those things as well, because like the actual lens itself, is curved in a certain way, for sure. Definitely. You know, I mean, it's all about like thinking like how much do we really need to perfectly replicate reality? You know, we ourselves are a link in the chain of reality replication. Does that make sense? Um, so everything's going through our eye, going through our brain, coming out through our hand onto that page or onto that canvas as well. And I think that's something to consider as well. We're not certainly not alone in how we see these things and how they're created. But yeah, I mean, lenses. I know Leeuwenhoek. Leeuwenhoek is the guy who invented the microscope, and you know, that's also just about looking. So that can be kind of fun to think about too, where we're looking at stuff that's super super small, and it's like this entirely different world. I'm not sure. You know, I imagine that's like 300 years ago, but looking at things really, really small in a really small way, probably about 400 years ago when this started, 350 or so. And that's Dutch. That's Dutch stuff as well. That'd be the Netherlands, where they started looking at the small world through a microscope. It might seem simple to us now because microscopes are everywhere, you know, or it's not difficult to see a really close blown up image anymore. We can just take an image with our phone and zoom in. But looking at the world in that way, can you imagine how crazy that must have sounded? It's like you just go down to the river and get a couple drops of water, put it on a slide, look at it through this microscope, and there's a bunch of bugs in there. I never even saw those bugs. There's a whole world living inside that world. So that must have just been absolutely groundbreaking at the time to think about. And, you know, it's stuff that our eye can't see. It's magnified. Just the simple act of magnification changes the way we look at the world completely. But yeah, mirrors have been used a ton as well in painting. Of course, optics are always important in painting. They kind of tend to go hand in hand throughout the years in how paintings are created, especially with you know, the great artists like I was talking about Jan van Eyck. But David Hockney actually wrote a book called The Lost Secrets of the Old Masters. And you can find, he has a whole talk. If you don't know David Hockney, he's a British artist from, oh man, somewhere up north in England. I think it's, where is it? I think it's like, I don't want to say Newcastle. What the heck is it? I know it's the worst thing to always think when somebody's like, what are you talking about? Anyway, he's from like this kind of small town in the north of England. Bradford, that's the name of it. And he's from this small town, but he became popular in the U.S. and California, especially for making these paintings of pools. But he also has abstract paintings. He's got all these awesome paintings of his dog. If you just want to see the best dog paintings, he has the best paintings of dogs ever. He did this thing where he painted everybody who came into his studio. He did this little portrait of every single person that came into his studio. He's a super prolific painter. He's in his 80s now. One of the most important living painters, I'd say, currently working at this point. But yeah, he wrote that book, The Lost Secrets of the Old Masters, and that's going to be a really cool one to check out. And you can look up the talks about it on YouTube as well, where he talks about just optics and how we actually see and how we use devices and contraptions to help us see and help us make paintings as well. So that's a really cool book to check out, just in terms of mirrors and optics and how it affects paintings. Because the way we look at the world, of course, also affects the way that we create works as well, for sure. Yeah, I heard the other day that it was like one drop of seawater has like 1 million viruses in it or something like that. Don't quote me on that, but it's ridiculous. It's absolutely insane. The amount of like that little world that exists right in front of all of our eyes certainly is something, the unseen world, you know? And when you think about artists, what are they really trying to do? Are they trying to copy reality? And some people don't like that. That's why some people don't like the Northern Renaissance painters like Jan van Eyck, who supposedly relied heavily on these sort of optics in order to create their paintings. Similarly, a lot of people today will use projectors when they paint, and they feel like some other people think like, something is lost when people are using projectors in order to create paintings and these sort of things, because you're supposed to draw from your own mind. And I think projectors can just be a tool like anything else. I have a projector. Actually, I don't have a projector right now, but I have had a projector in the past. I don't own one here in Czech Republic, but I did in the US. And they're just a tool like everything else. The fact that I have a projector does not mean that I can paint like Vermeer. Yeah? I could have a perfect projector, perfect system for replicating reality. I still can't paint like Vermeer. So there's something to be said, even with all the technology that we have, for also being able to ingest that and replicate it on a canvas as well. Yeah, that's funny that you heard the same thing. I think there was an article floating around about the 1 million viruses in a single drop of water thing. I think that was floating around a couple days ago. But I mean, there's a lot of stuff just living on our body. I mean, there was that show on Discovery, I think, where like it was called like The Little World or something like that. I can't remember what it was called, but it was all about like little stuff around us. So it was like a dust mite that was blown up 1 million times or whatever, and it was all about this hidden universe, which is pretty cool. I like a lot. Kimberly's saying, I hate these elitist attitudes towards tracing. It's art. It's supposed to be fun. Absolutely. I mean, I can't stand, I hate more than anything else in the world, I can't stand this elitist attitude towards art. And I think art is it's supposed to connect with people, Whatever you got to do it. Whatever you have to do to make a painting, do it. If you got to silkscreen stuff, do it. If you got to trace stuff, do it. If you got to use a projector, do it. If you got to, whatever you got to do, your role as an artist, I'm not going to pass judgment on anybody for any of that sort of stuff. It's ridiculous. It's not like, oh, this is the correct way to make a painting. You have to learn how to draw like this. No, silly. Come on. You think Basquiat? I don't know if you guys know Jean-Michel Basquiat, but he became famous for making these kind of childlike, abstract, very energetic paintings in the 1980s. There's a great film about him. Watch that. It's by Julian Schnabel, also a really good painter. Made the film. David Bowie plays Andy Warhol in the movie. But anyway, Basquiat couldn't draw academic drawings. We don't care if he did. I don't care if he could draw academically and replicate the world perfectly. Meanwhile, Picasso, look at, if you want to Google something out, Google out Picasso's communion painting that he did when he was about 14 years old. Check that out. Look at how Picasso could paint when he was 14 years old. Look at how he could draw when he was 14 years old. You might be surprised. He was perfect. He could draw like Raphael when he was 14. Okay? So it just wasn't as important for him. It's like we pick as artists, we pick what's important for us, and I think it's important to just absolutely use everything at your disposal to make that painting. You don't need to necessarily only paint in a certain way or only do this. It's silliness to think like, oh, you could only do this, like dumb. Yeah, Kimberly, you used a grid like cheating. Yeah, I mean, silliness. Use whatever you got to do to make the painting. It's a painting. The finished product is important. I talk about the process is important too, but the process is important to getting that finished thing, because that finished thing is what's going to stay around for years and years and years and years to come. So the way we get there, I don't care. I am annoyed. Maybe I am annoyed with one thing. I'm annoyed with the AI paintings. But maybe it's because AI just sucks right now, and it's not good. We're in like the Atari phase of AI, where it's just dumb. It's still dumb. Like if you looked at there's a screenplay that's written by AI. Like it tries to write dialogue and stuff like this, and it's not good yet, even though it's using like incredible computing capacity in order to create it. Just not smart enough yet. And there's a bunch of these AI paintings where they had AI look at different paintings and try to make their own, and it's like, hey, those are bad, But maybe the process is cool of using AI to make a composition or something like that, I guess. So I mean, it's like, what is actually the whole creation process of what does it actually take, to actually get to that point? So I don't know. I'm not into putting anybody down for what they use. I would say even if you could trace, there's a really cool movie called Tim's Vermeer. If you get a chance to check it out, it's called Tim's Vermeer. If you want to YouTube that out, and it's a really cool movie. I don't know where you could. It's probably available on Amazon or on YouTube or something. But it's this guy who was a special effects guy, actually, and he was basically like, I want to paint a Vermeer, and he went through the whole process to make this crazy contraption to copy a Vermeer painting. It's a really interesting documentary. It's really fun to watch if you're into painting, and he comes up with the theory that basically Vermeer had a mirror, and it was used in this way right on top of the painting. You have to just YouTube it out, and you'll find it. He basically used this mirror in order to I don't know. It's hard to explain. The mirror is like a section of the image which he's creating from reality, and you need a special room. He had to build all this special equipment and all this special stuff in order to make this painting. But dude actually is successful. And the guy was just like a special effects guy from LA or something like that. And he's just a special effects dude. And he makes this Vermeer just by sheer will and the slowness of the painting. And I think that's an awesome painting, even though it's like 100%, I don't know, quote, air quotes, traced or something like that. And you're saying, yeah, Norman Rockwell used like architectural tracing and stuff. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. People use it all the time. People are using this stuff constantly. Any trick anybody can use ever, artists are going to use it. And there's no use in trying to hide it. I think, I think one thing I've noticed with my students in terms of projections in paintings is that oftentimes these projections can make stuff flat just because people are trying to paint too fast. So I've had students over the years that are like making paintings, and they're clearly painting based on a projection, which I think is totally fine. But they're like painting in, I don't know what you'd call it, like real time or whatever. They're like painting on top of the projection, like they're pushing pointing the projection on their canvas, and they're actually trying to mix colors. And a few things happen with that are kind of annoying. One of them is that the painting itself, light, messes up your color. That's the first thing. If you're projecting red onto a canvas and you literally want to paint red in that same area that you're projecting red light onto, that area is going to turn kind of black because it's going to absorb all of that color. And so you're not going to be able to like literally do it in a way that, you know, replicates reality well if you're painting directly with those colors. Maybe I suppose you could like turn the light on or something, maybe. I don't know. But there are some like actual technical limitations of using these sort of things in tracing sometimes. But like getting initial sketches and this sort of stuff is, you know, with projections, a lot of times people will make a sketch and they got to blow it up on a bigger canvas. So obviously in those situations, it makes perfect sense to use a projection. You got a sketch, you want to blow it up on a big canvas. You don't want to deal with the grid and doing all that nonsense. So they just use a projection. One thing who I mentioned previously is this guy Axel Void. He's a fun guy to look up too. Axel Void, Axel, last name Void. And I had a studio visit with him a couple years ago, and he's a really well-known muralist. He makes these huge, you know, the size of a building. He'll literally paint the entire side of a building with acrylics and oil paints. He doesn't use spray paint. Well, maybe he uses spray paint in some areas, but just for like big areas of black. He's not like a street artist, you know, using these types of techniques of spray and this sort of stuff. But he is using traditional classical painting techniques on literally the entire side of a building. And I got to go out with him, hang out with him after the show as well. And basically, he told me he's totally doesn't use a projector. And he wasn't like saying it like, oh, I never use a projector. It was more like, I was just asking him like, how would you approach this? Like, how do you do this? Because you can't see what you're painting, you know, literally. And, you know, he said he'll have people like on the ground and they'll literally take a picture from like a block away of what they're drawing and have him send that picture to his phone. And he'll look at the picture on his phone and see what people a block away, you know, how that thing looks so he can see it from a distance. Because as anybody who's making paintings, you kind of understand that when you're making paintings, it helps to literally get distance from your painting, you know, so to distance yourself from your painting itself. So in his work, he would, you know, do this sort of method, have people send the images and that sort of thing. But also, you know, one of the most important things was landmarks on that building itself. So maybe there was a window here, and that window was near where an eye would be or something like that. So you'd really have to be painting abstractly. At this level, you know, that previously there was that question about, you know, realism and abstraction and this sort of stuff. But we can also think of, you know, what is realistic, what is abstraction, you know, really what are these things? Because when you're making a painting of a person on the side of a building that is 5 stories tall, then it's going to be abstract when you're up close. You know, it's not gonna be, you know, dealing with little details and this sort of stuff when you're working at that scale. So you have to figure out a way in your head to distance yourself from that painting. You can do so by like literally having somebody down the block sending you images of it. But his work is really, really amazing, and he's a really good person as well. He's a good person to check out on Instagram and follow him as well. So yeah, I mean the complicated projector tracing thing. Yeah, I mean people trace from computer screens to people you would trace on Windows. That's a super simple way to trace as well, where you're literally they'd put, you know, a piece of paper on a window on a sunny day. That's an old school light box. And when I was in printmaking, printmaking is all about light boxes as well. So, yeah, you can tattoo artists also use light boxes and these sorts of things too, where it's like you're making the painting or making a sketch, and then you want to clean up that sketch on a light box. I think like people literally use light boxes. I've seen people literally put paper onto their computer screen too. But yeah, those are cool questions, Kimberly. Thanks for chiming in. I paint impressionistic anyway, so painting like Waterhouse isn't my thing. Fair enough. Yeah, keeping it loose and a good, I'd recommend a documentary if you're into impressionism. Check out BBC has a series called Perspectives, or just Perspective, BBC Perspective. And that guy, I really like I just like his documentaries that he makes. And yeah, BBC Perspectives, he's got a good documentary. It's all up on YouTube for free, just on the Impressionists and how they viewed the world. A lot of people think about, Impressionism, and it's just like a fleeting glimpse of the world or whatever. Or, Monet was riding on a train and looked at the world through a train window. And those are cool, simple explanations of like why we wouldn't sit and look at stuff. But I think Impressionism in general, using big patches of color to depict the natural world, it goes back much further than just Impressionism as well. When we look at underpaintings and just blocking in shapes and blocking in shadows and all this sort of stuff. And we all know, there's warm colors and there's cool colors, right? So there's, colors that are more red and colors that are more blue, more or less, right? And one thing that, if we really want to get at the heart of Monet and these sort of people, first of all, Monet goes to themes. He's always a theme sort of person. He's doing a bunch of haystacks, or he's doing a bunch of water lilies, or, he's doing these theme-based paintings. But often the thing that makes them vibrate is that warmness and that coolness that's taking place inside that painting. So it's literally about putting warm colors next to cool colors, and that's a surefire way to make them vibrate. And if you want to do so successfully in your painting, the way you're going to achieve that is by making sure that they're all the same value, right? So when you're painting things, a lot of times students they will want to use unconventional colors in the creation of their works, I guess we could say. So perhaps they want to use a blue in a shadow that's actually brown or something like that. That's fine. The one thing with that is you always have to make sure that your colors are the right value. So that blue is the right value. It's the right darkness of blue. And if you do that, it's always going to read okay. And a real simple trick in order to do this, if you want a simple trick to make sure your values are the right darkness, is you paint them on your canvas, and then you take a photo of it, and you just change it to black and white on your filter. You just change the filter to black and white, and that will show you how dark is that blue. And oftentimes, I've found that just by doing that, a student will bring up a painting with, a blue for a shadow or a red for a shadow or something like that, and it doesn't look right. So I just take a picture with my phone, and sure enough, the value's wrong. The blue is too light or the blue is too dark or whatever. So basically modulate your colors to be the right value, and you can use any color for any shadow. You can use any color for any highlight if you use that technique of simply taking a photo, switching it to black and white, and you'll be able to see it. I do like Waterhouse, though. I got a soft spot. For Waterhouse. I dated a girl in Connecticut. Shouldn't say her name, Maybe it doesn't matter. But she modeled herself after Waterhouse's painting, um, and she was nice. She was really cool, but she like literally like bought clothes like that Waterhouse painting of that. What is it? The woman, I can't remember it. The woman that's under the water. Oh man, what is that? It's probably some Arthurian legend sort of stuff, but I can't think of the name. But yeah, she would wear she found like the dress and did her hair exactly the same way and all that sort of stuff. So I still have a soft spot for Waterhouse. That's good. I don't have a TV. You know, got YouTube. Obviously, we can use YouTube. I think what we're consuming is changing. Obviously, people are upset with commercials on YouTube, but it's like, well, back when I was a kid, you'd wake up in the morning and turn on the Saturday morning cartoons. But that's what it was like. You got cartoons once a week. It was Saturday from 6 in the morning till maybe 12, maybe. They started getting the teen ones, like Saved by the Bell and stuff like that. But now you can just get everything on demand, of course. Yeah, she literally dressed like the Waterhouse paintings. It's like a different type of goth, I guess. Where like usually you think of like goth girls like wearing all black. And I think she started off as like a goth girl, and then because she talked about how goth girls eventually graduate to pink. I don't know what that means, or white, but yeah, she was always into kind of extravagant dresses and this sort of stuff, and so she literally like made and found the Waterhouse, like she modeled herself after the character in those Waterhouse paintings. She was nice. I have nothing bad to say about her, but I moved away. This is all oils, Paul. Yeah, I pretty much only paint in oils. I paint with acrylics for underpaintings, but yeah, these are all done in oils. No, she was all right. I don't want to throw her under the bus. You meet weird people, or she's not weird. I wouldn't say that, but you meet all sorts of different types of people when you're in art school. That's for sure, and she was certainly one of them. But there's a cool movie, Art School Confidential. I know that was all based on him asking people in real life, like, what were your experiences in art school. And there's a podcast with the director of it. I don't know his name. You could Google out director of Art School Confidential, and you'd find the name of the director, and you could find the podcast he was in. But he was literally just asking people, like, what were your experiences in art school, and how did these, because he wanted stories for his screenplay, and he had all sorts of insane stories that he talked about that people were talking about, like teachers writing their phone numbers on people's drawings, like on young girls' drawings and stuff like this. Like some old professor, like, oh, this looks good. Here's my number. He was like, what? Ugh. Jeez. Thankfully, I hope that stuff doesn't, that'd be a career ender now. Rightfully so. Don't do that. Paul is asking, is oil over acrylic going to affect the archival aspect? No. That would be my simple answer. Most gessos are acrylic. So when you're painting on top of gesso, you're probably painting on acrylic. There are oil-based gessos, of course. Painting acrylic on top of oil is generally not suggested. However, I've done it as well. And when I was in Chicago at SAIC, there was a painter there named Jim Lutz, Lutes, Jim Lutz. I really like his paintings a lot still to this day. And he would do underpaintings in oils and use acrylic and acrylic mediums to kind of thin out the acrylic paints that would go on top and get really, really cool effects. You want to keep stuff super smooth, of course, when you're painting like this, because you just don't want that texture. Kind of like what I got in this painting here. I got that annoying texture underneath it because I'm painting over an old painting. But yeah, people paint on top of acrylics all the time with oils, and they'll last your lifetime if that's good enough for you. They certainly will last your lifetime. They will probably most definitely last for your great-grandchildren's lifetime as well. And if they're good enough, you can find a restorer to probably fix them. But yeah, it's not suggested to paint with acrylics on top of oils, but people do it all the time. Now, oil over acrylic, I really don't think it's bad because gesso really just serves as a barrier between oil that can eat away at your canvas. So what gesso does is essentially just protect your canvas from the oil paint, which could eat it, simplistic terms, but could essentially just eat it away throughout the years. Not so I see Kimberly's asking, why are art students interesting? Art school's weird because honestly, I think it's one of the only places in like a university or school setting where anything can be brought up. So imagine you're in biology. Let's say you're studying biology, or we'll get even more specific. Let's say you're studying marine biology and you're studying about sea anemones and how they react to pollutants in the water, right? And you're becoming specialist on sea anemones and how they react to pollutants in the water. Do you think when you're in a group of your fellow scientists that somebody is going to bring up your relationship with your father? No, it's not going to happen. Art is kind of weird because it's like anything goes in crits, and people bring up ridiculously personal things all the time in their artwork, and that becomes kind of part of this public conversation, which can be really odd and kind of weird. And so I think that's kind of why I would consider them interesting. If you got to go through the process for 6 years or 4 years or whatever, however long you want to endure it, you can certainly get into conversations which are really probing and can feel really like intrusive and odd and weird. And you can also, just go off into wherever, just like, this stream, I've talked about the simulation, I talked about all this other sort of weird stuff. And, art just kind of lends itself to this rhizomatic way of studying and accruing knowledge that's different than a lot of other sciences and stuff like that. And on top of that, let's say you're even going to school for writing, right? Let's say you're going to get an MFA in English, in writing, and literature. There's still a really well-known kind of connection, I would say, to the populace with writing, because we can all go to Barnes & Noble or Borders or a bookstore, right? And we can see all these books, and books are important, and we give each other books at Christmas time, and books are part of everybody's lives in some way or another. And even in that is kind of more grounded in a connection to the audience, whereas with art, and I've complained about this before, and there are exceptions, but oftentimes with art, it's kind of existing in this very solo, individualistic enterprise where it's really difficult to pin down what is right and what is wrong. So you get into these really odd conversations, and it spurs kind of odd individuals that stick it out. Of course, there's also people that want to be odd, you know, because they think that makes their art cooler too. And they think that's part of the artist persona, is to be somebody who's struggling or somebody who's mentally unstable or something like that. And there's historical precedents for that too, of, thank you, Van Gogh, for cutting off your ear. But yeah, there's historical precedents certainly for neurotic individuals, and I think they flourish in art students. But in this day and age, most, and I can't say most, but I would say a lot of artists are really pragmatic people that have to negotiate a world which, I don't know, it's hard to say, because there is the weirdness element. People want stuff to be authentic. And in buying original art, we really want to connect with the authenticity of the artist that created it. And so that puts artists in this absolute dictator position. They are the dictator at the top, saying what they're going to do. And nobody can tell them any way different. Like if you're making a painting, Kimberly, at home in Southern California, Venice Beach, good place to be. Look at Bay Area figurative painters if you haven't already. But if you're in that area making art, nobody can tell you can't make that painting. You can make that painting whether anybody likes it or not, So it's not like you're a biologist or, something like that, where you have to immediately apply this knowledge to people in the real world. You can absolutely exist in your own world, and that fosters artists who do want to exist in their own world. Yeah, I agree, Paul. That's what I was just saying too. I mean, there are totally artists that fetishize being the tortured artist. Absolutely. And it's obnoxious and annoying as well, because art can also just be about putting the hours in, putting in that studio time, making sure that you're chugging away in the studio every day, making stuff. I totally agree, Paul. And I think that that certainly happens time and time again as well, where we have this idea, and it's outdated. It really comes from Van Gogh. I think Van Gogh is kind of at the center of this myth of the tortured artist starving away in a garret, making his paintings that hopefully one day will get discovered, or nobody understands me. That's something you hear all the time in art schools. Nobody understands me. Nobody knows what I'm doing. Well, if nobody understands you, are you really connecting? Are you really connecting with that audience if nobody is actually understanding what you're doing? And maybe the audience isn't the most important thing. It's hard to say. No, Van Gogh definitely cut his ear off. He definitely cut it. He definitely chopped it. Because the reason why, don't worry, we won't get in an argument. We'll work it out. But what happened with Van Gogh? There's actually a good documentary on it, and they have the medical doctor as well, who they found his actual notes on it, and they found that he cut off way more of his ear than most people think. Like most people think he might cut off like a little bit of his lobe or something like that. However, there is a myth that nobody's sure about, that, as far as I'm aware, there is a myth about him giving it to a prostitute, which I think is super common as well. No, we'll work it out, Paul. Don't worry. But yeah, there's some disagreement if he gave it to a prostitute, or the woman was like literally just working at a brothel, like literally cleaning it. But I did see a documentary where they found the actual doctor's notes of how he cut it. You can find it on YouTube. I'm sure. However, with that being said, I think, it's good to be skeptical of artist myths, certainly. And there's a possibility it's widely exaggerated or wildly exaggerated. I wouldn't doubt that. Because we want to mythologize artists all the time. And, quick little anecdotes in my podcast, the Painting Podcast, available on Spotify and wherever you get your podcasts. But no, in my podcast, I try not to delve too much into these types of myths, and I try to stay as true as I can to what we know. But we love myths. We love them. There's a great saying in a movie called Smoke Signals. It's also a book by Sherman Alexie, a great Native American writer, and he wrote this book called Lone Ranger and Tonto Fist Fight in Heaven. But there's also a movie called Smoke Signals, which is a really, really cool movie. And anyway, in the movie they say, like, do you want the truth or do you want lies? And the person they're talking to says, I want both. So that answers that, I guess. So it's like, what do we know? Is it true? Is it not? We want both. As humans, we always want both. We want a little bit of lies. We want a little bit of the truth. We mesh it together. It's 100 years later, and we come up with something else. I mean, Van Gogh was undoubtedly, there's tons of letters of him to Theo, that you can read, to his brother who is an art dealer. And you can read in those letters, he was certainly a troubled individual. And even Gauguin was crazy, okay? Gauguin was nuts. That dude was playing a mandolin by himself while his leg was rotting off, and on an island that he literally moved to the island farthest from land that you could possibly move to, right? So Gauguin is a guy that is not necessarily considered to be the most grounded in reality. And when Gauguin and Van Gogh were together, Gauguin was like, nope, I'm not drinking with this guy. And you can actually still go to some of the pubs where Van Gogh would hang out and stuff like that as well. And it's like, he was a man of the people, I guess you could say. I think he was a man of the people. Cutting an ear and giving it to a prostitute sounds sus. Yo, it does, man. It does. I agree. In this day and age, it would be. It certainly would be. I encourage you to check out that documentary. I don't know the name of it right now, but they did. They actually did find the doctor's notes on his ear problem. But I don't know. I can't imagine, back in that day, if that would be considered something that would help him in any way. Would that, if you're like, Van Gogh wasn't selling any works, he wasn't selling any paintings. He sold a couple paintings while he lived, and his brother was an art dealer. How bad would that be? It's like, my brother is selling art. I'm making paintings nonstop every day. His brother had real connections too. He wasn't like so it's like, if you can't get him to unload some of your paintings, it's not going well, And so I don't know if cutting his ear off would necessarily help him back in the day to move more work. But he's certainly has a story which stuck with us, which is that idea of the tortured artist, the idea of the artist who is slaving away, like I said, going totally unnoticed. I love his final painting is the crows in the cornfield. And if if any of y'all want to look that one up, just look up whatever, I don't know, crows or blackbirds, Van Gogh or Van Gogh final painting. Google that out. Man, you can just see it in the painting. I've seen there's one at in New Haven. They have his. That's the one I've seen in real life. They have a painting he did of a pub, and it's got like a bright red pool table, and this kind of insane person with a pool stick next to the pool table, and man, the light radiating from those lights, it just feels different when you look at that painting, and to me at least, and it's just like, wow. You feel that vibration and that energy of that person that made it. There's also the movie. Oh man, I don't know who. I got to think of what it was. But there was a good movie made years ago where, God, it was some famous actor, Loving Vincent or something like that. Loving Vincent is the new one, and then they made that Picasso one too. Recently, and then of course Loving Vincent is like the all painted one, which is super cool to check out. Where it's like all the movie itself is like an animation of oil paint, which is really awesome. And Akira Kurosawa made a movie called Dreams as well, which was also it's like a series of short stories. And Kurosawa's awesome, by the way. Check out that movie called Dreams. If you like painting, check out Dreams. But in that movie, like, you literally walk into Van Gogh's paintings, and I can't help but think that was like inspiration for Loving Vincent later on. I think Loving Vincent probably ended up winning like an Oscar or something like that at some point. But then Vincent and Theo was another one where Tim Roth actually plays Vincent van Gogh, and I watched that back in the day when I was younger. I watched that. What was it? Surviving Picasso, Vincent and Theo, Basquiat. I should make a video just of different movies throughout the years, different painting films that stuck out to me throughout the years. It's kind of funny. There's a new one about Giacometti where that French actor plays Giacometti as well. Of course, we always think with Giacometti that he's Italian with a name like Giacometti, but he's Swiss, actually. He's from Switzerland. But that I kind of like that one. It was kind of, I don't know. It's hard to make a movie about a painter. You know? There's another one about Gustav Klimt that came out a couple years ago. It was just absolutely depressing film. Agony and the Ecstasy is another one about Michelangelo based on the Irving Stone book. That's fun. I think that came out in the 1960s or so. I like that. I have it on a VHS, believe it or not. I still collect VHS tapes. I know. I'm stuck in the past. That's why I'm painting. But yeah, that's a fun one to check out. There's a lot of different ones. I don't know Eternity's Gate. I haven't seen that. Yeah, I mean, depression, and we're also in this stage right now where it's like we're kind of at a point where we want to diagnose people, hundreds of years later, not even with painters and not even with artists, but everybody's interested in diagnosing people, kind of like that's going to put a label on them or something, and it's going to give us some more insight into their work or something, I mean, like, it's dangerous to diagnose somebody a couple hundred years after they're gone, I think, in general. But certainly, yeah, you read the letters from Theo, or, Vincent to Theo, and I think it's pretty clear the type of place that he was in. And absolutely, glorifying that or encouraging it, I'm a teacher. I gotta deal with students, and yeah, certainly throughout the years you encounter individuals who may have these certain sort of tendencies, and your only desire is to make sure they get help rather than think that that's cool. That's not cool to think that it's like, oh, that's so interesting. No, we want people to be as healthy as possible so they can make as much work for as long as possible. I totally agree. I mean, yeah, if you're saying like, certainly there is that aspect where people want, they think it's a shortcut. I think people think acting crazy or acting mentally ill is a shortcut to success, and certainly that is not the case. However, I have a friend who is is a psychologist, is like a doctor, actual doctor, and again, this is just offhand knowledge, but where it's like he was talking to me about neuroticism, and he said it in like the weirdest way, because when I hear the word neurotic, I always think like bad. I think like, oh, she's really neurotic, or he's really neurotic, right? Or they're really neurotic, and I would generally associate that with a bad thing. But what he was telling me was that like everyone has like a neurotic scale. Like some people are more neurotic, some people are less neurotic. And some people can be really neurotic and also really successful and really adapted, successful members of society, or whatever you want to call it. And so that, being neurotic isn't necessarily a terrible, terrible thing. This painting's called The Stoned Ape. It's all about the stoned ape theory. What is the thoughts on the pop art movement? So like, okay, I got thoughts on pop art. I got thoughts on pop art. Um, and I like Liquin over Gelkid. I can answer that quickly. Um, yeah, I just mix a little bit of Liquin with oil painting, or with linseed oil. So that's a quick answer to that. And thoughts on pop art. So if you want to Google stuff out, I know I'm giving you a lot of stuff to Google out. It could be good to check out a group called the Monster Roster or the Chicago Imagists, and they're kind of a reaction to pop art. So if you look at Monster Roster or Chicago Imagists, you'll find that there's a lot of artists who are pop artists, but they weren't as sterile as Andy Warhol was, basically. So one thing with Warhol is that he was he was making paintings of like Brillo boxes, right? He's making paintings of the most boring stuff in the world possible. So there's not a lot of life, there's not a lot of fantasy in these sorts of items. And whereas like the Chicago Imagists are painting paintings of comic books and paintings of fantasy and paintings of stuff more close to their heart, I guess. So I would say in response to that question, I do like pop art. I do like the Chicago Imagists. And I do like that type of pop art that was more based on those people and their own experiences, because they're responding to stuff that actually energized them. But Andy Warhol, it's a little bit tougher for me. We could say that. Yeah. Warhol is a little bit tougher for me to get into. But yeah, I love Chicago Imagists. I love people when they're incorporating what they consumed growing up. Maybe they consumed a lot of cartoons. Peter Saul, Saul, last name Peter Saul. He's another artist. He uses a lot of cartoons and comic books and this sort of stuff, and he's making these really political paintings. But I like those a lot as well. And I guess you could kind of consider those pop art. But like the Campbell soup can thing, hey, what do I have to connect with? I don't know. It's just too sterile for me. I understand why they're important. I understand why he's an important artist. But for me, I can't connect with him, to be honest. So Warhol, that sort of pop art, not my favorite. But yeah, Chicago Imagists, I absolutely love. They're also known as Monster Roster, and yeah, they're a really cool group of artists. Actually, I got to study with one of the women who was married to Jim Nutt, and her name's Gladys Nilsson, and she's an absolutely awesome artist. And I got to study with her in Chicago as well, and I love her work, and I think the Chicago Imagists are super cool. But are they pop art? I don't know. I mean, are they pop art in the sense that Andy Warhol is pop art? Not really. Kind of different. They're also known as the Harry Who. They have a bunch of different names, but Leon Galoob, all these people. There's a bunch of different artists, and they're pretty varied as well. But the big one is Jim Nutt, Gladys Nilsson, Carl Wersum, Ed Paschke. Who else? There's a bunch of them, and I think they're really fun. Ed Paschke especially. I love Ed Paschke. A lot of people don't know him as well, but he was, he's a Chicago painter who kind of made a lot of images based on how we see ourselves through computers and these sort of things. He went to SAIC as well, but ended up, he had to go into the army and all this sort of stuff. Back in the day, you had to do a lot more of that nonsense, of course. But he's kind of connected more towards outsider art or, tattoo art. A lot of his images, so you imagine like computer-generated portraits of people that are tattooed. So he kind of had these worlds all bunching into each other as well. And I think he's just an awesome artist. Ed Paschke is his name, Paschke. Check him out if you want to see his work as well. But yeah, that's who I like in terms of pop arts. I can't get enough of that sort of stuff. I love Chicago. I love being there. It was a great city to be in. A great city to. I felt absolutely privileged. Totally lucky, especially, coming from where I come from. I felt super lucky. I was physically tired the first day I got to get into the Art Institute of Chicago, because you get a pass when you studied there, and you got like this little thing, you wear it on your neck like a VIP pass or whatever, so you didn't lose it because it was also your key card, to get in. But you'd get a pass for the museum as well. And man, I was physically tired the first time I went in there because I didn't grow up. I grew up with a lot of art books. I grew up looking at art books. And thank God my dad would check out books from the library. And he used to have this thing called Artist of the Month, where he would check out a different art book every month from the library, one of those big, nice, expensive art books. And we'd have it at our house, which my house was kind of this chaotic explosion of things. We'll get into that later. This isn't therapy week right now. But yeah, my house had a lot of stuff in it. We could say that, more or less. And but my grandmother was a painter too. And so she had hundreds and hundreds of paintings, outsider artist, who filled her house full of paintings. And I was lucky enough to have my dad check out books from the library as well. I love libraries. That's one thing I miss living in Czech Republic, being outside the U.S. I just miss going to the library and having access to like $200 art books because I can't afford to buy a book for $200. But yeah, Basquiat all day. Everybody can't go wrong. Can't go wrong with Basquiat. He's great. Watch the movie. If you haven't watched the movie, watch the movie. It's got some of the best painting scenes you'll ever see because it's directed by Julian Schnabel, who's also a painter. And honestly, I think it's got some of the best painting scenes you'll ever see in a movie. Some of the most realistic, because Julian Schnabel actually made the paintings that are in the movie. So you have a real painter directing the movie and also making the paintings in the movie. And I think they turned out really awesome. Why are Picasso's paintings so expensive? Well, that's a long question. First of all, Picasso made a lot of stuff throughout a long time. Talking about somebody who started when he was 13 years old. So he was in the academy when he was like 13 or 14. So like I was saying before, Google out Picasso communion painting when he's 14, and you'll probably be surprised at how ridiculously well he could draw by the time he was 13 or 14 years old. So he's somebody who came into the art world kind of knowing everything about like academic painting and this sort of stuff. His early stuff, you have the blue period and the rose period early on. Blue was just cheap. Blue was a cheap color, so you could make paintings with blue. That's I don't know if that's often discussed in the blue period stuff. Probably somewhere. I haven't read up on it a ton, but blue was a really cheap color. I think around of course he's influential in Cubism, in the beginning of Cubism with George Braque, and then he goes on and he starts making these really chunky, kind of thick figures in the 1920s, and then everything kind of starts coming together. But he was like an artist's artist or a painter's painter in some way, where there's like he just didn't stop ever making work in all these different ways. But some days he would make this beautiful, delicate drawing of his son, You can see paintings like this, drawings like this in the 1950s after he's done all this cubism stuff, after he's done all this, weird portraiture of people's noses on the side of their face and this sort of stuff. And you then he'd just go back to this beautiful, delicate drawing of his son as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of different types of styles that he was into, but it's his whole life, and he lived a long time. He died in like 1973, I think. So like he lived a really long life. He made an incredible amount of work in a ridiculous amount of different styles as well. So yeah, there's a good movie called The Picasso Mystery, which is really awesome. I don't know if you can find it. It's probably not on YouTube, but you'll find it somewhere online. And it's a movie made by a French director where he basically looks at Picasso's. He's basically making a painting or making a movie about Picasso making paintings and drawings. So it's really fun to watch, and you can see how unsure Picasso often was when he was drawing and painting, and how things would change constantly when he was drawing and painting as well. So he was, drawing something, and then he would invariably change it halfway through the painting, and a rooster would turn into, somebody's face or a portrait or something like that as well. I don't know Eternity's Gate, Marty. I haven't checked that out. Who's it on? I don't know who it's about. Yeah, people go directly to. I mean, I hear what you're saying, Paul, and I think people generally go towards this idea that, like I was saying before, that art is a scam, because that's a really simple explanation for people to think that, art is some sort of scam, and that it's, it's all just about making money and that sort of stuff. And that's a simple explanation for people that don't want to dig into what he did throughout all those years. I don't want to say that they're dumb, they can't understand it, because not everybody needs to understand that sort of art. I understand that, it's not for everybody. But yeah, he's certainly more complicated and more complex than the kindergarten drawings, as you say. And he drew with kids. He has that quote, I spent my entire life trying to draw like a child. And to that statement, to that quote, is like when I had a kid and I started drawing with her and painting with her, when she was 3 years old, 4 years old, and this sort of stuff. And I was amazed at how those lines were so confident. And there's something about children's line work that actually is super confident. There's no worry. It's not shaky. You don't see a kid worried, a 3-year-old. You don't see a kid worried like, oh, the light isn't right on this eyelid. The outside of his eye doesn't look right. You don't see that with a 3-year-old. It's like, this is an eye. Done. That's what we love about it. That's why we love those sort of drawings. They're so confident. So, that comes through in Picasso as well. That sort of confidence, and that's you see those paintings of him painting with his kids, and it becomes apparent that it's pretty heartfelt. I think it's sincere. I guess the word would be. He's certainly sincere in what he's making, and I think literally just how those things are painted does attempt to capture that sort of confidence in the line work and color decisions and all these sorts of things. I'm glad it hits home. I hope it does. At Eternity's Van Gogh biopic. I don't know it. Willem Dafoe. Okay. All right. Willem Dafoe as Van Gogh. I've never seen this. I got to check that out. Eternity's Gate. So there was 2 Van Gogh movies in 2 years, because the other oil painting one that was all paintings, like animation as oil paintings, that came out in like 2017 or 2018 as well. That'd be cool to check out. I love different movies about painters and how they're presented. They're always super fun to watch. Of course, sometimes it can be, ridiculous as well. There's a lot of good instances where Hollywood makes them into be this troubled, individual or whatever. Kind of a caricature of what real painters are or something, or whatever that means, real painters. Defoe would make an awesome Van Gogh, though. So I imagine it's probably pretty good. That's cool to know. I'll check that out. The last one I watched was that the Giacometti movie with Gerard Depardieu. And it was all right, but I don't know. That guy, if you look into some of the Giacometti quotes, yeah, that displays a certain view of the world, I guess we could say. There was one that was something like, I have no idea if anything I've ever done is good, more or less. He's just saying, like, I look at what I do and I think, oh, God. In Giacometti, he wasn't concerned with the media or press or any of this sort of stuff, certainly. There's certain artists that care about recognition, and there's certain artists, I think, that certainly didn't care about it. They just wanted to make their stuff. And now, we get immediate feedback on everything we do. We put something out there, boom, put it up on Instagram, get those likes. And it's immediate, whereas hundreds of years ago, that sort of immediacy wasn't necessarily present, that's for sure. He got nominated for Best Actor. Dang, I didn't even know it. Eternity's Gate. This is what happens, Move out of the country. I don't know what's going on. Thanks for letting me know, though. I'll check that out. But yeah, the Giacometti one's called Final Portrait. I think it's around the same time. It's about 2 or 3 years old. As well. You can also see, there's actually video of Giacometti painting as well, which is good to check out too. So if you just Google out Giacometti painting, you can see some of those too, which are quite good. I like him a lot. And Gerard Depardieu does a pretty good job of being Giacometti, I think. Because what I've read about him is certainly was not exactly the most cheerful guy on the street. I guess you could say that. I mean, one thing I hear, Kimberly, about, being an artist now versus being an artist 100 years ago, is that well, certainly there was problems with artists 100 years ago, but I think a lot of people now are really concerned about what people think when they put something out there, so that certainly creates problems just with creating, because we are in that mode where we're making something and we're putting it out there in the real world, and there's that immediate response to it, and what that immediate response is going to be could be bad, and people don't want it to be bad, so it can be rough, certainly. And perhaps, an age with less technology and less supervision from all these other people telling you what's good, what's bad, and all that would be better. Gerard Depardieu. I do my best. It's a good movie, though. Check it out. It's funny. I was with, I have two good friends here in Prague that are both French. And I was at a bar just chilling out, getting beers. And one of my friends was in a nearby, was sitting nearby. And they came by and they were like, I didn't know you spoke French. And I was like, I don't speak French. They just heard their accents and they thought everybody was speaking French at the table. And I was like, I don't speak French. I don't know what they're saying. But yeah. Yeah, Russians are the bad guys. They're the socially acceptable bad guy right now. But I can't remember who did the comedy bit, but yeah. Certainly a tougher life in some respects. I can't remember what the thing is like just another day in Russia or whatever. Or a short history of Russia is, and then it got worse. So, but of course they're doing better now. A lot of these areas are actually much fancier than most people think. Like Czech Republic, going back to the U.S. or when I'm in the U.S., people are like still think Czech Republic is like Eastern Europe, and it's this caricature, and it's like Prague is pretty nice now. When I first came here, it was a little rough around the edges, but yeah, it's super safe and really nice now. But yeah, they have this idea that it's 40 years ago, the Wild East, they used to call it. But certainly, just being in Europe too, it's like every single country is just so different. Whereas in America, you have differences between states, of course, to some extent, and difference between rural America and people living in cities and this sort of stuff. But in Europe, it's so small. It's like Europe is like 1.5 Texases, maybe, I think. So it's much smaller than most people think, and the amount of different languages and cultures within that little space is pretty astounding. Even in England, where it's like, oh, you traveled 20 miles away and everybody speaks completely differently, has a totally different accent. It's like 20 miles away. When I was living in Glasgow, in Scotland, yeah, people would think, oh, Scotland, that's the murder capital or the used to be the knifing capital of Europe, or the stabbing capital of Europe. And I was coming there from Chicago. I was like, this is nice. I can walk home at night. This is great. I wouldn't doubt. Yeah, Europe's probably, I think, it's a little bit bigger than Texas, pretty much. But yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. Even in England, it doesn't make sense to me. It's like, how how can you drive like 20 minutes away and everybody speaks completely differently and they hate the people from the other town because of their football team or whatever? Yeah, football's no joke. Football's no joke in Europe. People do not play with that. But it's tied up, it's hard for people to grasp, I think, sometimes, because football's more about like soccer or whatever, but football in Europe or most of the world is about, where you come from and where you grew up and class, all this sort of stuff. It's about more than just football. That's for sure. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, best country, it's all right. I like it. A lot of good painting going on. A lot of good painting going on at the moment. We got that. I saw Mexico's coming up, though. We got competition. It's a weird thing. I mean, it took me forever. It took me like 7 months to get out of the U.S. to come back because my family came early before everything went down. My family left early because my wife's sister was having a baby, and so they left early, and then everything got shut down. I got stuck. No good. Was no good. So I'm happy to be where I'm at. What's up, Ilkin? Everybody's seen Eternity's Gate but me. How am I so out of the loop? This is good though. I'm glad I'm learning about this. Totally out of the loop on Eternity's Gate. I'm stuck. I told you before, I worked at a video store in the 90s. So it's like, and then not the 90s, probably, yeah, the late 90s. But yeah, I now know I need to watch Eternity's Gate. Willem Dafoe is the perfect Van Gogh. Seems like it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens in America as people are moving. Obviously, people are moving out of, cities. People are just kind of moving out of the cities and moving to more rural areas at this point in their lives as well. So we're in uncharted territory, I think. And a lot of these cities, I think, in places we don't expect are kind of coming up, like Austin, and stuff like that too. So I think people don't expect that places in the middle of nowhere are as cool as they are sometimes. Well, if you can go to MIT or Stanford, that would probably be a good choice. If you get in and you can go, hook it up. You'll be all right. But America has lost its mind at this point. We're in an in between stage. We're like a 14-year-old trying to figure out the world. I moved, I mean, I moved away from my home country, and you always go back. You can always go back, and you'll go back, and you'll have more knowledge, which is always good. I mean, you'll head back. You go back. You'll eat your favorite foods again, and you'll love them 10 times more than you ever did. You'll appreciate it more. But we live in a world where we can move around now, and people are more nomadic than they've ever been. But certainly, I mean, a couple things I love about America is just in terms of art. There's a lot of good stuff going on. You have access to ridiculous museums in the U.S. One of the most popular shows ever in Europe was the touring show of the Museum of Modern Art. And you think Europe's already got all these awesome museums and all these awesome places to go see artwork. But one of the most famous shows of all time was the touring show of MoMA coming through Europe. But certainly it's a country coming into its own right now. But access to stuff is nice. And I mean, what I suggest to people always is for them to look at like state university programs even. And because the types of artists these people can bring in, the funding is off the charts. It's just uncomparable. The amount of money they get to bring in artists, the amount of money they get for museums is jaw-dropping. And that's certainly a nice thing if you want to go look at paintings. I certainly dig doing it. I miss it. But being in Europe, it's also nice. It's also nice to be just surrounded by history everywhere. I mean, you're always surrounded by history, but you got all the nice ornamentation on the buildings. Can't go wrong. Yeah, California dreaming, I think, has become Texas leaning, maybe. Like, a lot of people obviously moving. My friends, I've got multiple friends in New York City that have left. Now's the time, supposedly, to move to New York City because you can actually get an apartment there. There's actually apartments available, finally, in New York. Whereas before, yeah, it's not going to exactly happen. And what you're going to pay is going to be pretty astronomical. I mean, in terms of access to academic programs, U.S. is pretty good. Pretty good, for sure. I think it's good to just reset yourself. I never went, I could have gone to Singapore or something, but I chose to come to the land of my ancestors, I guess you could say. But yeah, knowing the language here in Czech Republic and being here certainly was a good decision for me. But I go back and visit all the time. I still go back every year and visit my family in the U.S. for a while. And every single time you go, it's like a new experience. It's kind of like reading a poem It's one thing I like about poetry is, it changes every time you read it. You can read a poem when you're 14, you read a poem when you're 28, read a poem when you're 40, and every time you read it, it changes a little bit. And that's kind of how I feel about every time I go back to the US now. It just changes a little bit too. Feels different. I see different things. And so I always encourage people to go abroad if they can, if they have the opportunity to visit other countries. Obviously, it's a little rough right now. Not exactly the free flowing of people from culture to culture at this point, from country to country, I should say. I had some buddies come to the U.S. It's always funny to see what people think about the U.S. and then when they get there, like what they experience as well. And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. One thing I will say, coming from Czech Republic, is that oftentimes people think, here at least, that Americans are faking being nice. And there's this idea in a lot of Europe that Americans are kind of like acting like they're just being nice and they're not actually nice people. They're just like faking it, fake smile or whatever. But I think in reality, there is kind of more of a cordial atmosphere in a lot of the U.S. at least, where it's like you can be in a supermarket and somebody you don't know will walk up to you in a supermarket and be like, "Oh, you don't want to buy that. That's crap," or something like that. And it's like, "What? Why are you talking to me?" But there's less formality, I guess. Here in Czech Republic, at least, it's a super formal culture. Even there's two different ways of speaking. A lot of different languages also have formal tense and informal tense. And so here, if you speak to somebody that you don't know, you speak to them formally because you're not like friends with them. So in the U.S., it's so relaxed. You drive up into a drive-through and they're like, "Yo, what's up, bro?" Like that would never happen here at all. So it's certainly got the good and the bad with it, no doubt. I think I'm gonna clock out. I got about 15 minutes left, and I gotta get out of here. Thanks everybody for sticking around. I'm gonna keep on chugging for a little bit. There is a lockdown in Czech Republic right now. No, it's not a lockdown. I guess you can't go out after 9 unless you have a dog. And I have a dog, and I do go out with it. So, yeah. But yeah, it's pretty locked down. Again, that's why I can't like buy a proper canvas and stuff, which is annoying. But we'll see what the future holds. I was smart enough to start an art school, an actual physical location that I got sitting here in Prague. I'm waiting for students. I'm waiting to open. That's all I want. I got students lined up, ready to work with, but I can't open. So, paying rent on a space I can't have students in. Hopefully we get back on track in a couple months. But yeah, if anyone's interested in the in what I'm doing here in Prague, you can check out oko.academy, oko.academy, and that's my art school academy, which I've started here in Prague, and it's all about a one-on-one artist mentorship program where I'm working with people individually and painting with them, trying to find out their artistic vision, helping them conceptualize and expand the boundaries of what we think of art education to be, hopefully. You know, I'm kind of upset with how a lot of art schools teach people, and I think we're missing out on a lot of just individual connection with people. That's what I think a lot of people want and need. So my friends were moving out of this antique shop. Their business closed, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll take it. But I got a studio, you know? Regardless, if I can't have students, I'm going to just sit here and paint and wait. What else can I do? I get those little Fredericks canvases. I don't care. For some of the paintings, I don't care, but I have to make paintings on real supports and stuff. If people are gonna buy them, I need to definitely buy like good quality materials because they're paying thousands of dollars for this stuff. So I want to make sure that it's something that's gonna last and something they're not gonna look at the back of and be like, "You bought this at Walmart." So yeah, I make most of my supports that I'm painting on. I used to have access to a wood shop, and I can't access my wood shop here because of everything. So hopefully soon I'll be able to get back in the groove. But usually I would make all my own supports, just cut the wood myself and router the edges, make flat panels with on supports themselves. Jim Morrison. I like Jim Morrison. I haven't got any problem with Jim Morrison. Riders on the Storm. Nothing wrong with that. Grew up listening to it. I can't say I listen to it a lot now, but I don't have any problem with Jim. I'm always amazed at how young all those people were. It's like Jim Morrison was like 26 when he died, and like Janis Joplin was like 26, 27. It's like Janis Joplin and Jim Morrison, both to me seem like they should be like 45. And it's like Janis Joplin was like 22 when she was singing that stuff. Jim Morrison was like 22, 21 years old. Eek. How does that even happen? They don't even look, they look so much younger too. But, yeah. No, it's funny you bring that up. If you can tell a canvas is cheap by looking at the back of it. I actually, when I was studying in Connecticut, I was studying with this guy, Stephen Sheehan, and he actually said, you know what the first thing a lot of people do when they buy a painting is? After they buy a painting, they turn it around and they look at the back of it. And, yeah, I mean, if you're buying a crazy cheap canvas, people will notice. But most like art store bought canvases are totally fine. But if you're buying like a pack of 10 canvases at Joann Fabrics, that stuff is super light and really, really thin, and people will definitely notice that. At a certain point, you want to have you just want to, if somebody's paying $2,000 for a painting, it's okay to invest a little bit in the thing you're painting on, or make it yourself. That's what I do. Yo, that's right. They were 27. Yeah, you're right, Paul. 26 or 27, not 26. Jimi Hendrix too. Serious? Oh, that makes no sense to me. Jimi Hendrix was the same age too. He was 27. Ugh. Basically, I think they would notice the thickness of the wood on the painting. That might be annoying to them. Usually people don't care, but at a certain level, they're going to demand a certain level of materials as well. And that's when, you're charging thousands of dollars for a painting. Then, yeah, they're going to want to make sure that it's painted on something that's going to last a ridiculously long time as well. for sure. And I mean, yeah, this isn't like the end all be all. There's Basquiat painted on James Calm. If you don't know James Calm, go subscribe to him immediately. If you don't know James Calm, the last name is Kalm with a K. James Calm with a K. Go subscribe to his channel because all he does is go to New York shows, and he just takes really nice footage of different shows in New York, painting especially, and he's been doing it for years and years and years. But he was selling art. He actually worked at an art store in New York City in the 80s. So he dealt with a lot of these different artists that were making stuff back then. And basically he gave, Basquiat, he told this story about like, Basquiat came in and he was like, yo, I need like 20 canvases. And James Calm was like, okay, you can have these canvases, but I want you to make a painting, because he like paid out of pocket to give Basquiat these canvases. And, a couple months pass and all this sort of stuff. Basquiat comes back and he's like, do I get one of those paintings? I gave you 20 canvases. I thought I was going to get a painting. He's like, oh, yeah. I'll get you one. And came back a couple days later and he made a painting on blinds. The like blinds for a window that you open and close, like Venetian blinds. And he came back and made a painting on some Venetian blinds and gave them to him and was like, okay, here's your painting. I mean, I'm sure it's still worth like a ridiculous amount of money now. But yeah, it's just kind of a funny story about Basquiat and the worth of paintings and what you're painting on. So if you're Basquiat and you paint on a door, or you're Banksy and you paint on a wall, they take the wall out and it's fine. So you don't necessarily have to worry about the quality of your canvas at a certain point. But yeah, you want it to last. You want it to look sturdy. You want it to look like something somebody's willing to spend thousands of dollars on, that's for sure. The painting shouldn't bleed through the canvas. That would show that the painting, if your painting's bleeding through a canvas, that would kind of show that it wasn't gessoed correctly. So I don't think you'd want it to bleed through. All right, we're coming up at over 5 hours. I'm going, which is kind of ridiculous, but it's good. Happy to do it. I think I'm winding down, hitting the wall. For all of y'all that have stuck with me, Kimberly, Paul, all the rest, Ilkin, hiding in the shadows, lurkers, thank you for sticking around. If you got any final questions or comments, let me know, as I turn the final curve on this live stream. Bye, Kimberly. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah, check out my Instagram, podcast, all that stuff. Oko Academy on Instagram as well. If you want to see what paintings I'm into, what I'm looking at, check that stuff out. All of y'all been great, and I appreciate y'all sticking around. Certainly been a trip. Your painting shows up in the back. Need more gesso. Gesso your gesso. That'd be my advice. All right, y'all. I hope you come by next live stream. I hope I can see y'all again. Thanks for sticking around. See you next time.